to our session on World Mental Health Day. I'd like to wish all of you a very warm welcome and especially a special welcome to Mrs. Ramabudu, who's the Director at Human Resources Development, as well as the Executive Director, Dr. Zulu, who's the Executive Director of HR, Human Resources, and I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Professor Mkhize from the Office of the Vice Chancellor. In addition to that, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to give a very warm welcome to our panel of speakers today, and that would include a few speakers from our very own UKZN Department of Psychiatry and Psychology, respectively, Professor Savira Ramla and Professor Machepo Matwane. They will be joining us today. In addition to that, we have a few external speakers, and that would be Dr. Lynn Norton from SADC, Ms. Claudia Pfeffer from ICAS, and of course, Mr. Siyabonga Mkhize from the Umsamo Institute, who will be speaking on alternative practices, spiritual practices, as far as mental health is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, the proceedings for the day, I'm not sure if you are seeing my screen. Can anyone please confirm from the panelists?
Not yet, Goshen.
And now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Guys, the proceedings for the day, we're starting now. Very shortly, I will hand over to Mrs. Ramabudu. And following her presentation with Dr. Zulu, we will be looking at the keynote address by the Vice Chancellor's Office, Professor Mkhize. There's a video, and then we move into the presentations up until 10:15, where we take a break. Following the break, we will move into the second section of the day, and that would be 4 panelists that would come in respectively to give us views and information in respect of various aspects on mental health. We will break for lunch by about 12:30 and return at 1:30, where we will have a panel discussion amongst the speakers. And throughout the day, after each session, you will be allowed to ask questions. There'll be a Q&A session after each speaker. Around about 2:15, 14:15, we will be announcing the winners of a competition that we have run. If you have missed that, you will be required to register again and provide your answer to the question as what keeps you motivated and inspired during these trying times. So we want a quote that you reflect on and one that keeps you inspired and motivated during this trying time of COVID-19. We'll announce a winner at about 2:15, and Mrs. Ramabudu will move a vote of thanks, and we will close by about 2:30. All right. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to wish Mrs. Ramabudu a very warm welcome and ask her to please take us forward into the day. Thank you, Mrs. Ramabudu.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stu Green. Let me start by greeting Professor Mkhize, our DVC and Head of College of Humanities, who this morning is representing the Vice Chancellor of the University who could not make it. Let me also greet our Executive Director of HR, Dr. Zulu, and also greet all our panel speakers who have graciously joined us this morning, and also to greet all UKZN employees that have joined us and all the guests that are joining us this morning. Mental health continues to be a problem in our society, and COVID-19 has exacerbated issues of mental health, either leading to new illness or a relapse of previously existing illnesses. However, there continues to be a stigma and undermining of mental health and the courageous act of seeking help. World Mental Health Day is celebrated annually to emphasize the point that there is no health without mental health. The day was first observed in October in 1992 initiated by the World Federation for Mental Health. And since then, annually, we continue to celebrate this day in order to highlight and create awareness around issues of mental health and what people in society can do in order to address these issues. The theme this year is mental health in an unequal world, which highlights the fact that access to information and services around mental health remains unevenly distributed in society. We do know that with COVID-19, a lot of people in South Africa are living in poverty. And as a result, this also affects their mental health. However, the services are not readily available. So today the aim is to have a conversation about these mental health issues. Hence, we have these various speakers that are going to speak on and provide information on issues as well as what society and our own UKZN employees can do in order to deal with these issues. We hope that through this conversation, we are able to reduce inequality within our UKZN itself, as well as within society, as well as work towards breaking the stigma, because the stigma is one of the key things that continues to exacerbate mental health issues, even when the services are available. So with those words, let me not be elaborate and hand over to Dr. Zulu, who's going to give his reflections on this day. Dr. Zulu, over to you.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mabudu. I hope I'm audible and people can see me. Can you be able to see me?
Yes, we can see you, Dr. Zulu.
Yes,
now,
yes,
but I'm going to switch off my mic, my video, because the network might actually have issues. But thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you very much, Dr. Gulshan, for a warm welcome. But let me thank you for inviting me to this important World Mental Health Day campaign. But I want to register my special thanks to Professor Mkhize, who's representing the Office of the Vice Chancellor, the guest speakers will be speaking on various topics, as well as to our guest of the day. My role, colleagues, today is to officially open our World Mental Health Day campaign. I'm pleased to inform you that we have excellent speakers who will be presenting on a variety of issues relating to mental health today. Some of them will be introduced quite in detail when they're about to make their presentation. But before they make their presentation, I think it will be important for me to inform you that the University of UKZN has taken the issue of employee wellness and mental health issues very seriously. This is because we know how mental health challenges can affect our employees and their overall well-being as human beings. The COVID-19 colleagues would all know that it has made issues of mental health a priority and top of the agenda for most of the institutions and the world over. 2 years ago, the university, even before the COVID-19, we have developed a comprehensive employee wellness program, specifically to deal with a number of issues, but also to focus more on issues of mental health. And due to that program, we have developed a strategic partnership with ICAS. I'm sure most of you may have seen our communicate to staff, our programs that we're actually advertising so that staff members can participate on a variety of those programs. And since then, we've actually seen a number of staff members, coming forward, raising issues of mental health. Every quarter when we receive these reports, we always notice that the issues of mental health are actually top in terms of the number of staff members who are actually raising them with ICAS. But the good thing about this program is that it is not only about staff. Mr. Mabudu has spoken about the unequal access to mental health support. So the university has actually developed a program that does not only cover staff, but also cover staff relatives or immediate family members to also, get access to our program. Through ICAS, we have initiated a number of programs and seminars where both staff and their next of kin were actually encouraged to participate. I can mention just a few of them, but there are quite a number. For example, we have had wellness events where we're discussing issues around understanding trauma, loss, and grief. We had programs that dealt with issues of work-life balance. We dealt with issues of stress management. We dealt with understanding of trauma. We dealt with substance abuse. We dealt with laughter therapy and all those kind of issues. So we are of the view that with these kind of programs, our contribution as the university will be quite significant in terms of dealing with quite a number of challenges that we're facing, especially in relation to mental health. But over and above that, we have actually developed programs. There's a program that we worked on over the past 4 to 8 months, which is called a work-life integrated guideline. This guideline basically deals with the issues that staff members are confronted with, especially when they're actually working working from home. We know that there are quite a number of issues that have been emanating from that kind of arrangements, and the university has actually, became proactive by actually coming up with those kind of guidelines so that staff members can then be utilized. But the utilization, I must actually emphasize, colleagues and guests, is that the utilization of this program is still very low. If you compare where we started and compare our university with other institutions which are using the same program, this is quite worrying. I must be honest, because we spend a lot of time and energy and resources to make sure that we provide these programs to our staff. We provide this program to their next of kin so that they can actually get support, especially around issues of mental health. So we would really like to encourage everybody who is in this to actually spread the word of making sure that we actually take advantage of the programs that the university has actually developed for purposes of giving support to our staff. But our plan is also beyond that. If you look at the future, our plan is to come up with a well-rounded mental health program, which will include alternative healing practices, because we really don't want to be one-dimensional. Mr. Ramabudi spoke about unequal access to this kind of support programs, and we actually want to diversify our programs so that we can actually cover a number of staff members and their next of kin in a number of programs. For example, one of the issues, which I'm sure one of the speakers will be talking about, will actually be around the African healing practices. As I've already indicated, that we don't want to be one-dimensional in terms of our approach, but want to make sure that we provide a number of programs that will be able to cover a number of our employees. Mental health support, as we know, that it's not accessible, but we have really, as the university, try to mobilize our resources to make sure that we continuously make sure that we provide that particular support. So our plea today, in my conclusion, is to say that we really want to make sure that going forward, these programs are actually in place and provide the necessary support to our staff and their next of kin. So I hope that the day will actually go well. And I'm sure that the speakers that are here today will be able to deal with a variety of issues, and all of us will actually be able to participate in these particular programs, ask necessary questions, give input where it's necessary, so that we can be able to become or come out of these programs much wiser in as far as issues of dealing with mental health. And I'm sure Prof. Mkhize, who's also a specialist in these particular issues, in his keynote address, will also touch base, especially around these alternative healing practices that we actually want to come up with. I would really want to stop here and wish you all the best in terms of your engagement on the day, and hoping that the day will also give all of us an opportunity to contribute meaningfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zulu. It was very helpful taking us through what we've done and what our plans are going forward. With that, I'd like to welcome Professor Nhlanhla Mkhize, who's representing us from the Office of the Vice Chancellor. Welcome, Professor. I'm going to hand over to you right away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and a very warm welcome to all our co-presenters, my colleagues, as well as all our attendees and guests today. On behalf of the Office of the Vice Chancellor, I am hereby sending a strong message of support to all the mental health services that are being run by the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we also want to pledge our commitment to advance an integrated mental health care system in line with the provisions of the country to have integrated mental health care services. Some of the issues that I would have raised have been covered by Dr. Zulu, and therefore I will be glossing over some of them. Ladies and gentlemen, mental health problems are amongst the most common health problems globally, and there is a rising burden of mental health conditions in Africa as well as South Africa. Recognition and treatment of mental health problems with available resources is one of the major challenges, especially in African settings, mainly because of the limited resources at our disposal. I'm talking here about personnel as well as the infrastructure to support mental health. In work settings, as well as families and communities, we are confronted with a situation whereby a lot of productivity hours and hours of wellness in general are lost due to mental health. Hence, the importance of us addressing these issues comprehensively. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the global burden of disease, it is estimated that approximately 14% is attributed to neuropsychiatric disorders, and this has been growing at a rate of about 2% since 2000. And it is estimated that by the year 2020, non-communicable diseases, including these neuropsychiatric disorders, will constitute 7 of the top 10 causes of the disease burden, with depression being the leading cause of the disease burden. What is also emerging is that the youth is amongst the categories that are most predisposed to lack of mental well-being. And if one takes into consideration that South Africa and Africa as a whole are predominantly comprised of a very, very young population, it is evident, therefore, that we are particularly vulnerable as a continent and as a country as well. Studies also indicate that those who are most vulnerable are people at the lower socio-economic status who are twice as likely to suffer from common mental disorders as compared to the wealthy. So we need also to look into the structural determinants of poverty. That is also complicated by the fact that in our context, we have a lot of challenges, internal displacements, as well as displacements that come about as a result of wars and disturbances on the continent, displacements that come as a result of armed conflicts, but also the rampant gender-based violence and violence directed at the elderly, which in South Africa has reached unprecedented proportions. And as we are all aware now, we are having increases on a yearly basis in the number of very, very young girls, 10 to 14, who are becoming pregnant. That is a form of violence that is directed at this particular segment of society. And needless to say, it will have several mental health consequences, not only for the young person, but also for their offspring, their family, and their community as well. Recently, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought into sharp focus the overall importance of mental health issues, as well as the need to attend to them. And I've already alluded also to gender-based violence during COVID-19, as well also gender-based violence increased as a result of some of the challenges occasioned by COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to go into specifics, but in South Africa, generally, it is estimated that about 15.8% of the population will at some stage experience an anxiety disorder, 9% mood disorders, 13.4% substance use disorders, and the remaining 30% any disorder. The lifetime prevalence of substance use disorders differs according to ethnic groups. So there's a shortage, a severe shortage of mental health professionals, psychiatrists, social workers, and psychological counselors in South Africa. In addition to that, the majority of our trained personnel would have received their training in what we call generally the biopsychosocial model, although the social component of that model is not often emphasized. This model of training usually excludes the spiritual component, which comprises a major component of the illness explanatory models of the vast majority of the population. By illness explanatory models, I mean how people come to understand what causes their illness, how they choose, how they will go about being treated, and basically what they would classify as an appropriate outcome for them. Now, due to the prevalence of indigenous belief systems about mental health, the vast majority of the mentally ill individuals will present in the first instance to traditional healers. And despite the long debate on the integration of traditional healing into the primary healthcare system, as well as the Traditional Healthcare Act, at the level of implementation, little has happened and the parallel systems of health do not communicate with each other. In fact, I can even drive the argument further because I know that from my former life as the head of the psychology department here at university, there is a very, very little communication even amongst our own departments, psychiatry, psychology, social work, health promotion, public health. There's hardly any interaction. And this is one of the issues that we need to address internally if we are going to be able to address the scourge of mental illness. Interventions have also paid a scant attention to language, and this remains a social justice issue, as language is a primary diagnostic tool in mental health. Mental health activities primarily express them through the medium of language, and we do know that in South Africa, approximately 80% of the population will speak an indigenous language, and yet in terms of the interventions, diagnostic tools, etc., none of them, or very few, would have been developed with this understanding in mind. And some have argued, in fact, that in some cases, the services that we offer are of a veterinary science nature, in the sense that we do not take what we would call an embodiment or the lived experience of the person seriously. So UKZN needs to be commended, on the other hand, for their efforts to pilot the traditional healing project for the students. However, this has remained an isolated activity, vindicating the marginal status of this kind of service. I am pleased, nevertheless, to report that this service is still ongoing, and the Vice Chancellor has tasked me with the responsibility to work with the student support services managers to produce a report within 6 months on how best to incorporate this service into the mainstream counseling services at the university. I'm also pleased to report that we have a memorandum of understanding with the Umsamo Institute. I'm happy Mr. Mkhize is here today. He will be talking about that. And in the past 3 years, prior to the intervention of COVID-19, we were able to take hundreds of our students studying professional psychology to Umsamo Institute, so that they were instructed on the spot by the indigenous healers, so that when they leave, they are properly qualified in both mainstream psychological counseling, as well as an understanding, at least, of the explanatory models of illness that are associated with the large majority of the population. In a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, due to the shortage of appropriately trained personnel and the scarcity of mental health facilities, the chances that individuals with a mental health condition in South Africa will be identified and treated are very slim. In the schooling system, for example, many learners with challenges, learning challenges, and learners on the autism spectrum, those who are having socio behavioral developmental disorders, will never be identified. And again, this is a social justice issue because every learner deserves an equal opportunity in the schooling system. It is further estimated that in South Africa, about 75% of the people with a common mental disorder will not be attended to at all. Although South Africa has a progressive mental health care act and has made strides in terms of developing a mental health policy framework that, amongst others, seek to integrate mental health into primary health care, implementation remains a major challenge in this regard. And the university is no different here, because there are so many competing burdens, so many competing challenges associated with, for example, HIV, maternal and other health issues, as well as injuries. As you all know, we live in a very, very violent country. And as a result, mental health sometimes takes a secondary step. Then there's the issue of stigma that Ms. Ramabodu has referred to. Usually communities are not empathetic enough when it comes to mental health issues, and the mentally ill face discrimination, social ostracism, and the violation of basic human rights as a result of the stigma. So the issue of mental health advocacy is very, very important. We need to develop programs on mental health literacy so as to destigmatize mental illness. And these programs need to be available, in my view, in all the official languages of the country. Then also at countrywide and globally as well, there is a need to advocate for the prioritization of mental health. For example, in 2011, the World Health Organization indicated that 110 of its 184 member states had an identifiable mental health policy. In Africa, about 45 African member states surveyed, only 19 reported to have a mental health policy. Luckily, in South Africa, we're a bit advanced in this regard. Not only do we have the Mental Health Care Act, as well as the Mental Health Policy Framework and Strategic Plan aligned to the organization, but also work organizations are beginning to prioritize mental health. And as Dr. Zulu has indicated, within the university, we are doing something as well. So let me come back now to the issue of mental health in the workplace. Within the university setting, we are experiencing major challenges related to work-life balance. And this has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has blurred the boundaries between work and family life. Also, one needs to be honest and acknowledge that over the past 10 years in higher education, there has been a massification and we have not been able to keep up with the demands. And there's an even distribution of human resources across the institution. In some schools, for example, the staff-student ratios are very high, and this contributes to stress. The VC's project, known as Project Renewal, will interrogate some of these issues in detail. The issue of the work-life balance challenges are more pronounced for our female academics and employees, and this impedes their career development. And again, I'm happy to report that the Vice Chancellor is prioritizing this, and very, very soon he will be presenting a program that looks into the career development dynamics of this young group of employees. We also need to interrogate the cultural dimensions of work-life balance and the cultural dimensions of stress in general and gender-based violence, because on many occasions, GBV is erroneously justified on the basis of cultural beliefs, which is furthest from the truth, because a culture that has developed the philosophy of Ubuntu, which is a mother-centered ethic, cannot at the same time prioritize the victimization of women and young girls. So the issue that we have, the preponderance of gender-based violence, especially in the African communities, is a result of the destabilization of the family system and communities rather than the philosophy of these communities. And therefore, gender-based violence and social justice issues need to be embedded into the curriculum, not only in the schools, but also at universities as well. I am happy that here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we have had a GBV task team, which has led to the recommendation that we need to mainstream GBV and social justice into the curriculum. A specific module that talks to this was approved by the College of Humanities Academic Board towards the end of the year, and we are planning to pilot this in 2022. As I'm speaking to you today, one of my deans, Professor Thabo Msibi, will be presenting this module at the College of Law and Management Studies Academic Affairs with the view to getting this module offered across the board. So, ladies and gentlemen, the university is doing something to rise to the challenge to address all the issues that are related to mental health. It is therefore important also for those that are tasked with the management of people and organizational resources to develop, implement, and monitor and evaluate work-life balance policies, some of which Dr. Zulu has spoken to. So I'm not going to be repeating that. But I do want to highlight that in the College of Humanities, Professor Matsepo Matwane has been tasked to lead a task team that is looking into the mental health issues in the college. And we believe that we will have something positive to learn for the university as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, mental health issues cannot be left to government alone, and organizations need to come on board as part of the country's decentralized model of healthcare. Universities, as the major stakeholders in the training of health professionals, have a role to play, and they also need to lead by example by strengthening mental health provisions for their employees. Given the steady rise in the number of mental health sufferers, we all need to prioritize the delivery of mental health care services and take steps to bringing this silent pandemic to an end. Several issues need to be taken into consideration in this regard. I'm not going to go through all of them, but most importantly, we need to have within the university an integrated healthcare services. What we have right now, we have the university clinic, we have the student support services managers, we have eye cares, etc. We have, it's not as integrated as it ought to be. So I'm pleased again to report that the Vice Chancellor has tasked Professor Businyama to look into how the healthcare services in the university can be integrated to maximize their effectiveness. We also need to change the paradigm that we use to look at things. We need to move from the bio to the psycho, to the social, as well as the spiritual dimension of mental health. And this means that a transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approach is needed in which all the stakeholders come as equal partners. There is a role, for example, for the chaplain within the university. There is a role for various psychosocial support groups, counseling groups, and there is also a role for facilitating family education and support and lifelong skills. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, mental health is a major public health issue, and in South Africa, HIV and other chronic conditions, violence, maternal issues and unplanned pregnancies, on the workplace violence, which I haven't addressed at length here, workplace bullying, and as well as an increase the risk to mental health and pose a major burden to the healthcare system. Despite the excellent policies, South Africa has not fully implemented decentralized healthcare, including the integration of mental health care due to competing priorities and scarce resources. As an institution of higher learning that is involved in the training of mental health professionals, we need to reconsider our training paradigm, incorporate indigenous healing and other explanatory models that talk to the realities of the South African population. We also need to consider language issues in mental health care and strengthen community-based placements and interventions. During COVID-19, we experimented with what we called a COVID-19 psychosocial support program, and including toll-free lines, but actual interventions in hospitals, schools, etc. And the extent of mental health issues that we uncovered were even in primary schools. The issue of GBV was so prevalent, and the young people could talk so fluently to those issues was really a cause for concern. However, medical and mental health professionals cannot solve mental health issues alone. Employers have a role to play. At UKZN, as Dr. Zulu has indicated, we have got IKS, but unfortunately it is underutilized. So more education is needed amongst ourselves so as to ensure that we have a coordinated mental health program and activities at the university, and that will enable us to be a premier University of African scholarship that we aspire to be. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity, and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I wish again to commit the university to this very, very important initiative. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mkhize. That was quite informative and quite inspiring in respect of the work that we can look forward to with regards to World Mental Health, or particularly mental health. I think I'm particularly encouraged by the training that's being intended around upskilling professionals for a more well-rounded view on mental health. It's great that we are able to identify some of the shortcomings that we as a community at UKZN might be experiencing right now, in addition to some of the interventions that we have planned to bridge these gaps. So thank you very much for that, Professor Mkhize. We're very grateful. If we can take a couple of comments or questions. I see Prof. Machwane has her hand up. Prof, if you'd like to come in.
Chairperson, I think my hand was raised by mistake. I actually didn't raise my hand up, but I just want to also appreciate the presentation by our DVC. He's given quite a global perspective, but then also zoned in onto our specific issues in the country as South Africa, some of the challenges that we have and some of the critical areas that we need to play a particular close eye on in order for us to manage this mental health issues successfully. So thank you for that. I think my hand was really raised by mistake.
That's okay. That's okay, ma'am. All right. With that, Prof, thank you very much, Prof Mkhize. I know you're very busy and we're really grateful for your time. Have a lovely day further and we shall chat soon. Um, please feel free to join in at any point of the day as you have time to join us. Thank you. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'd like to move on to the next segment, which is the video that will be played by CR. If one of the CR representatives can assist us with that, please. Thank you.
Understanding death and grief as part of a traumatic experience we will all experience at some point in our lives. Grief is a normal response to a loss of someone or something with whom or which we had a bond. Bereavement refers to the state of loss, whereas grief refers to the reaction, natural response to loss. It includes the emotional suffering felt after a loved one passes away. I'm going to just mention 5 of Kubler-Ross's stages of bereavement. They are a guide and not everyone will experience any or all of them, and people may experience them in any order. Imagine you are functioning and everything is predictable, then suddenly an event occurs that you were not anticipating to happen. A colleague collapses at work and passes on. Suddenly you are confronted with shock and denial. Denial is regarded as the first reaction that any of us will have after a sudden loss. Depending on the relationship we share to the subject of our loss, the more our lives may be uprooted or altered. It is very common for people to try and initially deny the event in order to subconsciously avoid sadness or the thought of pending mental struggles. People in denial often withdraw from their normal social behavior and become isolated. Denial has no set time frame or may never be felt at all. However, it is considered the first stage of grief. Anger. People that are grieving often become upset with the person or situation which put them in their grief state. The path of least resistance is anger as opposed to facing the consequences of a loss head on. In the case of death, the anger is often focused towards the deceased for leaving that person behind and unable to cope. Other times, people become angry at themselves if they feel they could have done something more to stop the loss from happening. Bargaining. This is when those who are grieving are reaching out to the universe to make the pain go away. It is actually very normal and largely considered to be a sign that they are beginning to comprehend their situation. People will often try to make a deal or a promise to do anything if the pain will be taken away. Depression. Contrary to popular belief, depression is something that may take some time to develop. We often think we are depressed when a grief event first occurs, but there is usually a lot of shock and other emotions present before any real depression can set in. The signs of depression due to grief usually appear when a sense of finality is realized by the person. This is not to be confused with clinical depression, which may be more chronic. Depression due to grief is technically episodic, even though it may last for a lengthy period of time. Acceptance. This is the point where the person experiencing grief no longer is looking backward to try and recover the life they once had with the deceased, or the cause of their grief episode. It is not to say that they no longer feel the vast array of emotions brought on by their grief, but they are ready to embrace the idea that they are reaching a new point in their lives. Acceptance should not be confused with healing or recovering from the loss, since that would put an enormous amount of pressure on people experiencing grief. Acceptance is really the beginning of the real healing process. It is the point where recovery becomes about the person left behind and not about the person being mourned. That is finally when the person feels empowered to return to living a meaningful life.
Thank you. Thank you. Guys, before we move on to the next segment, just very quickly, for those of you who'd like to post any comments or questions, please feel free to post it in the chat. We will be monitoring that, and we will be trying to address any questions or comments as they come along. Just in respect of the competition, there has been a question in respect of where the answers can be placed. You would have been required to do this at registration. So perhaps take advantage during the break to leave and try and re-register and put your answers in again. All right. So thank you. With that, I'd like for us to move on to the next segment, and that brings us to our presentation by our very own Professor Suvira Ramlal. Professor is the clinical head of specialized psychiatry at King Dinuzulu Hospital Complex in Durban. She's a graduate of the University of Natal and completed her PhD at UKZN. She works as a lecturer in the Department of Psychiatry and was the academic leader of the Registrar Training Program in the College of Health Sciences, UKZN, until June 2021. She serves on the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Technical Advisory Committee for Mental Health and is the current president of the College of Psychiatrists, as well as a Senate member on the Education Committee of the Colleges of Medicine of SA. She co-manages the KZN branch of SADAG and is an advocate for mental health. With that, welcome, Professor Ramlal. It's such a pleasure to have you on board, and we're looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I will share my screen and get going. Madam Chair, Mrs. Sugreen, Prof. Mkhize, Dr. Zulu, Mrs. Ramabudu, fellow speakers and colleagues, good morning, and thank you for convening this symposium and for inviting me to share a few thoughts on mental health in the workplace, especially in the context of a tertiary education facility. In 20 minutes, I can at best only share principles with you, but I am hopeful that this event will initiate important conversations on action around mental health for all. In my presentation, these are a few areas that I will focus on, and I'll particularly emphasize research from South Africa. At the outset, it is important to clarify the definition of mental health, as it is often equated with mental illness and stigmatized by the use of derogatory terms. This is how the World Health Organization defines mental health. I have yet to find a definition that captures the breadth and depth of what constitutes mental health. The United Kingdom NGO Mind is a lot more specific in their definition and addresses coping and resilience, but still not adequately comprehensive. Well-being, in my opinion, and from my years of clinical practice, is a concept that embraces domains of our biological, cognitive, emotional, spiritual, social, cultural, and vocational health, as well as our inner and outer environments. Despite the shortcomings in definition, it is important to understand that mental health exists, like physical health, on a continuum. Mental health is not synonymous with mental illness, nor are the two states mutually exclusive. Those without a diagnosis of mental illness are not necessarily automatically mentally healthy, nor are those with a mental illness necessarily lacking in mental health. Most importantly, while 1 in 4 of us will experience a mental illness in our lifetime, every one of us needs sound mental health to navigate all aspects of our lives, as well as to maintain our physical health, because mental health impacts on physical health, both physiologically and psychologically. A brief mention of severe mental illnesses such as clinical depression, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia is that they are significant contributors to disability worldwide. While treatments are available, the treatment gap, especially in low middle income countries, is unacceptably and alarmingly high as 92%. Suffice to say, though, that the presence of mental illness does not necessarily preclude work or studies. What those affected do require is supported employment and supportive employers. Moving on to the main message of my presentation, I want to highlight the critical importance of employee well-being to the functioning and success of both the employer and employee. Our work life is not merely for income generation, even though earning a livelihood is important for mental health. Work makes a significant contribution to our state of well-being, and our well-being impacts directly on our work. Many wrongly and grudgingly see work solely as a source of income and stress, and this is truly detrimental to those they work for. These are but a few of the benefits that accrue from having a job to go to each day, apart from those that result from the economic benefits earned. For those that find work too stressful, try being unemployed. As stated earlier, mental health and work have a bi-directional relationship which can be both positive or negative in nature. Poor mental health and mental illness adversely impact not just the affected employee, but the employer as well, and the work and social environment. Presenteeism is a term that refers to individuals who show up at work but have reduced or impaired productivity due to their suboptimum mental health. And I will speak more about the impact of presenteeism later. Sadly, though mental well-being is fundamental to health and economic success, it is dogged by stigma and ignorance. The South African Depression and Anxiety Group, the largest mental health NGO in the country, undertook a survey among almost 500 individuals suffering from depression, anxiety, and bipolar disorders. More than half of them had to take time off due to mental health reasons in the previous 12 months. And almost 75% admitted that their work performance was adversely affected. Notably, only 1/3 of their managers responded positively to disclosure of their illness. Now, I'm focusing on depression alone for illustrative purposes due to time constraints. Few people realize that clinical depression, which contributes the greatest global burden of disease, is not just a mood disorder, but a condition affecting brain function and physical health as well. In 2015, more than 1,500 employees in South Africa were surveyed on depression and their productivity. Here is a summary of the findings. Of note, almost 75% reported difficulties with concentrating, memory, and making decisions. 50% admitted to making mistakes on the job. More than half admitted that it took them longer to complete work. Half of them had to take sick leave because of depression. And worryingly, managers had poor knowledge about how to support employees who had depression. The conclusions of this study, while many employers are concerned about absenteeism, presenteeism is the bigger threat and really highlights the need for an informed and comprehensive approach to employee mental health. Mental ill health is costly to both the employer and society at large. Here are the cost implications for depression alone. Cost, mostly to employer, run into billions, largely due to indirect costs that are related to lost productivity. Similar projections done from the South African study that I cited earlier suggest similar costs for depression in South Africa, with almost 15 of the $17 billion in costs attributed to presenteeism. Looking at data gathered by healthcare funders in South Africa, Alexander Forbes, this is data they collected for the period 2012 to 2015. One notes that there is a high level of underreporting of mental illness. Hiding the problem won't make it go away and only delays much needed action. More data from their survey. Mental and behavioral disorders applications topped the list of claims for both short and long leave during the period of survey. Mental and behavioral conditions were responsible for the most applications for ill health retirement. And these statistics speak for themselves. Note that this is data only for a 4-year period and for those who have health insurance. We heard earlier about the close relationship between low socioeconomic status and access to mental health services, as well as increased risk for mental health problems. And we also note in the slide the statistics concerning the loss of productive years and note the serious implications this has for our workforce. Now, what I have presented is just the tip of this mental health iceberg that the world won't take seriously, despite what happened to the Titanic. And if you are not already depressed, the world's mental health Titanic moment came in the form of the COVID-19 virus, which will only compound the existing mental health challenges we already face. This online survey was conducted by SADC, and we note a modest increase in self-reported stress barely 1 month since South Africa had its first case of COVID-19. 3 waves and 20 months later, we do not need statistics to tell of the psychological trauma and grief that every one of us has experienced for a multitude of reasons related to the pandemic. While we have not seen the end of the pandemic as yet, what is worth noting is that, like with the aftershocks of an earthquake, we can also expect long-term psychiatric and mental health sequelae among COVID survivors. The SARS epidemic pales in comparison to the COVID-19 pandemic, yet significant psychiatric morbidity was evident 30 months after participants in this study had experienced the SARS infection. AfriForte, the commercial arm of the WorkWell Research Unit in the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences of the Northwest University, developed an instrument to objectively assess the COVID-19 experiences of employees. Their My COVID-19 Experiences instrument measured the following dimensions: hope levels, concern levels, and a self-rating of COVID-19 specific concerns such as job loss and the economy. They calculated a norm-based incidence of stress-related psychological or pre-traumatic stress disorder risk and stress-related physical ill health symptoms. A sample of 1,656 South African employees selected from their database completed the assessment between 15th of May and the 15th of June 2020. Note once again that this was relatively early in the South African COVID experience. Their main results are summarized on this slide. Almost half of them of the respondents were found to be at high risk of developing pre-traumatic stress disorder and a high incidence of stress-related physical ill health symptoms. Noteworthy is that their sample was largely hopeful. And these findings illustrate that in South Africa, our mental ill health burden is not only here to stay, but will be increasing over the next few years for a variety of reasons, directly and indirectly related to the pandemic. So what can be done as an institution for its employees? You have heard from Professor Mkhize and Dr. Zulu about the various initiatives of UKZN. Alexander Forbes lists their recommendations, and topping their list is initiating conversations, which is what we are doing today. While the suggestions are practical and easy to understand, I would like to emphasize that mental health in the workplace is a two-way street. We heard earlier of the low access and utilization of the eye care services by employees, and this is a prevalent pattern. So we do need to understand that both employers and employees have rights and responsibilities. For meaningful and lasting salutary changes to occur, both parties need to work cooperatively and responsibly. Because of the multifaceted nature and multitude of contributory factors involved in mental well-being, mental health in the workplace cannot be sustained in a vacuum. It is not the sole responsibility of the health sector, but a basic human necessity requiring the participation of every sector of society. The human resource is a company's most important resource, yet, interestingly, for technophobes and those of you who, like me, struggle with technology, the pandemic left us no choice but to embrace an online way of living. We are currently in the fourth industrial revolution, which revolves around technology, digitization, and cloud-based behavior. But interestingly and importantly, this is not meant to be at the expense of those so-called soft skills. The skill set required to navigate a digitized world still prizes emotional intelligence, people skills, and cognitive proficiency, all of which are fundamental to good mental health. Yet, little attention is paid to these skills in our employees and the students we groom and graduate for future workplaces. By this definition, I fear that the world may have more insane people than mentally ill people. We are daily encouraged to sanitize with alcohol-based products, and this is an apt reminder for us to sanitize the world, pun intended, but no alcohol, please. We cannot continue business as usual for mental health and expect to experience mental well-being in the workplace or our homes or in society. I do strongly believe that cosmetic changes, while needed as a start, will not suffice or sustain us given the challenges that lie ahead. And I propose that a paradigm shift be considered along the following lines. Firstly, without delving into the etymology of the word, it is plain to see that person comes first in the word personnel. For our workspaces to become places of joyful productivity, of human connectedness and loving, of caring, we need to evolve into person-sensitive working relationships and environments. Remember, we spend 1/3 of our lives, the prime of our lives, at work. Work cannot be apart from our lives. It must be a healthy part of a life well lived. Secondly, one of the many lessons imparted by the pandemic is that the culture of me must shift to a culture of we. Lockdown was a painful lesson in the importance of social contact and connectedness for our well-being. Universities promote a competitive culture of rising to the top, a journey and a destination that are often lonely. The pandemic highlighted how we are all globally interconnected and interdependent for our survival on this planet. Workplaces are a microcosm of society. We are social beings, and we need to promote a greater sense of community if we are to enjoy well-being. What the pandemic also highlighted is our toxic relationship with our natural environment. Suffice to say, we are part of an ecosystem on which our survival depends. Specifically, regarding mental well-being, scientific studies have confirmed that growing up in areas with the least green space increase the risk of developing depression, anxiety, and substance abuse later in life. Moreover, access to nature has been found to improve sleep, reduce stress, reduce negative emotions, increase happiness, promote positive social interactions, and generate a sense of meaning. So, investing in mental health may be as simple as taking a walk in the park. As an institute of higher learning, our approach to learning is largely secular. We rely on external sources of information and the outer world, so much so that our inner worlds are alien to us. When planes were grounded due to the pandemic and we were confined to our homes, we were also forced to contemplate our inner worlds, which many had no idea how to navigate. The key to mental health lies within. We each have a wealth of untapped inner resources that are key to developing resilience, something we need to teach at university. In that vein, IQ, I believe, is overrated as a tool for success. The smartest students are not necessarily the most successful by the full definition of what a successful life should look like. We need emotionally intelligent parents and leaders to create flourishing societies. For that to occur, we need to school the emotions as much as, if not more, than the intellect. Are we spiritual beings or human beings? As humans, despite all the advances made globally in science and healthcare, the entire planet was grounded to a halt by a microscopic entity. The world's greatest scientific minds and health experts were baffled, and the magnitude of loss and suffering experienced cried out for meaning. The lens through which we navigate life will determine whether we find light in such times of darkness as we have just experienced. Spirituality is not a mainstream content in our university, even though South Africans are highly religious and richly multicultural. 59% of UK medical schools and 58% of their nursing schools, as well as 90% of United States medical schools, already offer courses or content on spirituality. To a healthy difference in the workplace, we do need to redefine and refine what we construe as education. If graduates are churned out to function as robots with no respect or regard for their inner and outer needs, without the skills to self-care and manage stress, and without the tools to live healthy lives, of what use are degrees and titles if at the end of the day they succumb to drugs and alcohol to cope with stress and distress? We are an institute of higher learning. Let us lead the way to that higher road. Healthy people are happy people, and happy people are productive people. How do we set about transforming our workplaces into incubators of healthy employees and a healthy society? Call me delusional, a dreamer, or visionary. This is my wish list. And it is most encouraging to note that the UKZN already has policies and implementation plans in place. We do, however, need to encourage greater uptake of these services. We do need to go beyond just policies and implementation plans and create a culture and milieu of caring and inclusivity. We need to advocate for mental health and destigmatize mental illness. And I really think it was important for us to re-look at our curriculum and create one that is more friendly towards mental health and mental health resources and skills. In conclusion, regarding workplace mental well-being, I believe we all should be aspiring to the Japanese philosophy of ikigai, to which is attributed the longevity of their population. Interestingly, the Japanese do not subscribe to the concept of retirement, believing that it is work that maintains our well-being. Love what you do and do what you love. The secret to workplace mental well-being and wisdom. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ramlal. That was really well-rounded, and I'm not sure about the rest of the people around the table, but it really tapped into some of the thought processes that I have. It really aligns with my thought processes. So very, very, very well-rounded. I'm particularly keen to learn more on the ecology pyramid, the ego versus the eco environments that you speak about. And I think that's really, really thought-provoking, not even thought-provoking. It leaves a lot for us to reflect on, particularly with what we've all gone through with COVID and the isolation that we've suffered, and very truly so introducing ourselves to ourselves. COVID's given us that opportunity to do some introspection and to really see who we are about, and very, very truly so. Many of us have an external focus of ourselves, and we derive our identity from something that's external to us. And COVID's given us that opportunity to look internally. It's also very, very encouraging that there's a stepping stone from Professor Mkhize's vision, where we need to start paving the way for more diverse and integrated healthcare, mental health care interventions, and especially one that speaks to spirituality. I think the world is moving towards spirituality, and we are pleased that today we are going to have someone speaking around African spirituality. We had intended to have something a little bit more diverse, but due to time constraints, we were unable to secure a speaker around other spiritual practices. So we're really encouraged by this, Professor. Thank you so much for having provided this information. I'm just going to go into the chat group and the Q&As. There has been comments that it's brilliant. The presentation is brilliant. And thank you for that. And then if I could just read some questions. Okay, so are these recordings going to be made available to us later? Yes, we will speak about making the recordings available. You can contact Human Resource Development after the session, and we will make some information available to you. For the rest of the participants, are there any other questions that that anyone would like to pose? And whilst we're waiting for some people to type in their questions, Professor, just something from my side, just an observation that I've had. In as much as we've tried to encourage people to participate in the mental health care interventions that we've had, and as well as the uptake of ICAS services, we find that the participation remains low to medium. And any thoughts on why or how that could be impacting us, or what could be impacting us? Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. I think that's an important question, and it is a worrying trend. So we conducted, a registrar of mine conducted a survey amongst frontline healthcare workers in the public sector during the COVID pandemic to assess their needs around mental health, as well as their awareness of support. And it was concerning that more than 80% of them reflected that they felt unheard, uncared for. Yet a similar number acknowledged their awareness of the several platforms they could access for mental health support and treatment. And treatment was being offered free to frontline healthcare workers. So this is a phenomenon that is really concerning, given that mental health and well-being is so fundamental and intrinsic to everything that we do. And I think the only way that we can make it more acceptable and for people to access mental health support services is by integrating it into everything we do. And as I've mentioned, it must be something that we have conversations about in the workplace without the fear of being stigmatized. It's something that we need to integrate into our curriculum, both in schools, because we do know of the many challenges that school children face, also as a reflection of what's happening in the broader society, and also at university level. It is a concern for me how we produce really intelligent graduates and professionals, yet their literacy in the mental health domains is really, really poor, and it's worrying to see. Really, as I said, really highly achieving, accomplished academics and professionals really struggle to maintain that inner well-being and peace and joy. So I think that's a topic that we need to seriously consider. And I do think that it is possible. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but it does require an intention to be set and for action to follow along those lines. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Professor Ramla. Before I go to Mrs. Ramabudu, I just want to invite people. There's a number of us around the table here this morning. I would like you to invite you to post some comments in respect of the reservations you may have from utilizing any of the healthcare, mental health care interventions and services that are being offered at the university. You can put it on the group or you can private message me. I'll be keen to see your answers on that. And because we really have, as Professor has says, we've got to have an intent to get this right. And I do have that intent to try and support and not ask people to get over it, but provide a mechanism in respect of how you can get over it. Mrs. Ramabudu, thank you. Please, it's your turn.
Thank you. I didn't realize that it's actually we're supposed to go on break, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. First, let me just thank Subira for that comprehensive presentation. You highlighted that the Japanese don't believe in retirement because the belief is that, work kind of helps to maintain your mental vitality and health. I'm just wondering how that concept would work in South Africa and in South African organizations, especially, how can people implement that? And I'm saying that to be mindful of the fact that, in South Africa with the high rate of employment, we do need to let the oldies, no pun intended, to give way for the youth. So how can people personally implement that to still maintain that mental vitality and health, which is kind of produced when people continue working? Thank you.
Thank you, Busiko, and I'm glad you raised that so that there was no misunderstanding of what I was saying. When I talk of retirement, I think it's important for people to realize, as much as many of us begrudge having to get up and go to work each day, as I highlighted, our work actually contributes significantly to our well-being. So much so that people who don't plan for their retirement, actually, when they retire, find that's one of the most stressful times. And we actually have an increase in the number of people who actually have heart attacks post-retirement. So that seems a little bit paradoxical. And I think our attitude towards what constitutes works must change. When I speak about not retiring, I'm not necessarily meaning that you have to remain in formal employment. Yes, I do think we need to make way for our youth in terms of, letting young blood come in. But I'm saying that people have this mindset that once you retire, then you stop being productive citizens. So not retiring means remaining meaningfully engaged in work. Continue to do things that you love. Continue to give back to society. I think our oldies, as you call them, are gems. The senior members of any society are always revered for their wisdom. So we shouldn't just discard them as having no use. They have a lot to impart to the younger generation, but they don't necessarily need to be on formal employment platforms to do that. And I think also important when I talk about not retiring is that although you may not be employed and earning a remuneration, one of the aspects of life that is most rewarding for mental well-being is selfless service. And if you look at our country, which has so much of need, I really think that if we commit ourselves to selflessly serving those in our society, it actually benefits the giver more than it benefits the receiver. So I think I'm not looking at retirement in the traditional sense of when you actually pack up your bags and leave the office. Our work continues until our last breath. I hope that explains things.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, it does explain things, and I think a lot of us know people in our circles who, when they retire from formal employment, they actually go downhill, and we need to be mindful of that. With that, Prof, thank you very much. We really appreciate your time and really appreciate the very informative presentation that you've brought to us. A lot to think about, and we will be chatting after this. Thank you so much. I'd like to say air hands, everybody, but I don't think we have the benefit of that. So thank you, Prof.
Good luck with the rest of today's proceedings. I'm sorry I can't remain. Bye.
That's fine. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have, it's 10:20. Let's just take a quick 10-minute break and I'll see you at 10:30. Thank you. Dr. Norton?
Hi, Gulshan. Thank you.
How's it? Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm popping. I'd love to start test. Can I just share screen immediately, or do I need to have anything passed on to me?
No, you can just share. We have allowed that. So let's just check it out.
Okay, let me just try that then. I think it's. Don't know, I had it on screen. Of course, this is why I need a little bit of time.
It's okay.
Hi, Gulshan. Can you see that now?
Yes, I can. I can see that. It's nice and clear.
Okay,
and
great.
I can hear you loud and clear.
So glad I had the break first.
No, we would have given it a chance. Don't worry, don't stress. Are you able? Yes, and it's changing pages. Lovely, lovely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, and also, Lynn, if you could also just test or encourage people to make use of some of the services that are being provided insofar as mental health is concerned.
Yes, I definitely will. Thank you. It follows actually quite nicely from the earlier and Severa's talk as well too.
Brilliant, brilliant. Okay, so you just have 5 minutes to grab a quick cuppa and we'll start at 10:30.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. So I think while I'm showing the slides, I'll keep my camera off. I think it is clearer, and then I'll pop it on afterwards in case.
Yes, please. Thank you, Lynn. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Thanks so much.
Good morning and welcome back to our World Mental Health Day commemoration campaign. I hope everyone's had a chance to get a bit of a leg stretch and a nice cup of coffee. Can you see my cup? I managed to get some. With that, I would like to welcome Dr. Lynn Norton. Dr. Norton is the coordinator. Well, let me rephrase that. Dr. Norton is from SADAG. She's the coordinator of the South African Depression and Anxiety. Sorry, I'm just struggling to get something out here. Dr. Norton is the coordinator of the KZN branch of the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. She has a background in both psychology and law, and has worded as lecturer, trainer, and coordinator in the area of community law. Having recently obtained her PhD in the area of health promotion and communication, she has a special interest in promoting mental health across all sectors and communities in KZN. With that, I'd like to wish Dr. Norton a very warm welcome. I know you have been online with us this morning, and I'm truly looking forward to hear about the work that SADAG does, particularly in respect of mental health. Dr. Norton, welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone, and many thanks to the program directors and to UKZN for inviting me to be part of this important conversation. And thank you for the introduction. I'm the coordinator at SADAG KZN, and what I'm going to be focusing on today is both our services at SADAG and also specific services relating to task sharing like support groups and the importance of mental health champions and peer support. So just a brief introduction to who we are at SADAG. SADAG was founded in 1994 to help people with mental illness. We were registered NPO and have a mix on our team of professionals, patients, and volunteers, and have over time become a leading advocacy group for mental health in South Africa. So although we've called the Depression and Anxiety Group, we do have a much wider focus than that, including PTSD, panic, phobias, trauma, bipolar, substance abuse, so on, and also holistically looking at mental health generally. We have telephonic counseling and referrals nationwide, the only suicide crisis line in the country, 23 toll-free helplines that deal with various issues, 200 support groups nationwide. We focus on psychoeducation, school talks, rural outreach, advocacy, and media engagement. And I'll be talking a bit more specifically about these services as we go through. So in KZN, we started with the KZN Mental Health Advocacy Group, which was launched in July 2015 to raise public awareness around mental health and substance abuse, and really to bring together the diverse stakeholders in mental health in KZN, and then approached SADAG in 2017 to open the branch here. So we officially opened in January 2018 at Life St. Joseph's Hospital. We are the only satellite office outside of Joburg, and we are supported by the Joburg office very much, but we do separate fundraising. We are now based at Shepson Level 5 Howard College and have this wonderful collaboration with UKZN as well too. So just very briefly on our team, you've already met one of our pro bono directors, Professor Ramla. So you know her now. Our other director is Santosh Pillay, also working at King Dinizulu Hospital. I'm the coordinator. We have a project manager and administrator. And in fact, we have a very small team, but we have grown over the years. Our team is also made up of a huge number of volunteers, many of whom are actually from UKZN, a lot of them from the psychology department. We have many support group leaders, We have a lot of partnerships that I'll be talking about because I think that's an integral way of spreading ourselves and spreading the mental health message, and the Johannesburg head office support. So our vision is to create a province where every community and individual is supported towards achieving and maintaining optimal mental health, and where every individual affected by mental illness is holistically supported in their journey of recovery. And I think this talks very much towards the topic of today and the World Health Organization topic for October, mental health in an unequal world, and being inclusive and being integrative around mental health. And I think this is where the role of NGOs becomes important. And just reading from some research that was done in 2014, despite the overwhelming need for mental health services, only 50% of African countries have a mental health policy, and 70% of countries spend less than 1% of their health budgets on mental health. The gap between the number of people who require and those who receive treatment, known as the treatment gap, which Professor Ramla has already spoken about, is substantial, and it is estimated to be 75% in South Africa. It is unlikely that this treatment gap will be bridged by mental health specialists. And this research done in 2014, and I think what I'll be talking about as well is how this gap is probably even bigger now, and even bigger with as a result of COVID. So underpinning this gap, we have geographical inequities, we have the historical legacy of colonial and apartheid health systems, shortage of mental health specialists, a paucity of treatment facilities and psychiatrists in the government sector, less than 5% of the total public health budget spent on mental health. So a very low budget for mental health. And an interesting figure is 86% of national expenditure is actually on inpatients who, after discharge, 1 in 4 of them are readmitted within 3 months. So a lot of food for thought around not just about how much is the budget, but also how we spend the budget as well too. So briefly around kind of addressing this gap, the World Health Organization and many leading researchers for quite a while now have been looking at the strategy of task shifting or task sharing, where you get the delivery of low-cost interventions by non-specialist health workers who are trained and supervised by specialists, but reduce the pressure on specialists at the same time and enable more routine healthcare to be delivered to larger numbers of people. So our National Mental Health Policy Framework had a big investment in primary care and community health workers to provide task sharing interventions, for example, like with depression. That was the 2013 to the 2020 framework. So questions also arise about what's next. And I think there's a lot of more emphasis needed on, which has already been touched on this morning as well, the move from individual biomedical perspective to considering family, community, historical inequalities, access to services and resources, addressing poverty, and so on. The list could go on. And this is where mental health NGOs can play a significant role in helping bridge this gap, creating low-cost models of care and community-based care through task sharing methods, and also in providing free access to counseling and support. And I'll talk about our helplines in this respect and our support groups as well. And I think what's really important is peer-led initiatives, getting everyone. I think you probably all heard that mental health is everybody's business and should be everybody's business. So capacitating citizens as well, patients, family, people with lived experience, all to be part of this journey, networking and collaboration of creating an integrative system of care and support for everyone. So I'll just try and tie this in with the role and services of SADAG, our call center, our support groups, the school talks, the awareness campaigns, and the education that we do. And just starting with our helplines, we have a large number of helplines that are free, 24 hours, 365 days a year. So people at any time of day or night can get access to someone to speak to. And I think this is incredibly important in terms of the stigma that has already been spoken about. A lot of people find that they are unable to talk to family members or even friends, and really need to find a way to break isolation, be able to talk to someone. And to give you a bit of insight on how the lockdown and COVID has impacted our mental health and the importance around these helplines and having the ability to connect during this time. If we look at mental health before lockdown, on our SADAG helplines, we had an average of 600 calls per day, which is huge, but you will see it grows over these last 2 years. 1 in 3 South Africans will or do suffer from a mental illness at some point in their lifetime. 1 in 4 employees have depression. Only 1 in 10 people with a mental illness have access to treatment. 23 suicides per day. 460 attempted suicides every 24 hours. And while those figures were incredibly bad, the crisis worsens when we look at mental health during lockdown. Our calls increased to about 1,500 per day. 2/3 of NPO staff exhibit moderate to severe psychological distress. 35% of employees are experiencing a high incidence of stress-related physical ill health symptoms. Over 500,000 calls to SADAG from March 2020 to March 2021, and 100,000 plus calls to the suicide helpline. And then as we move along, the crisis develops even more. So if we look at this poster that SADAG has made for the World Mental Health Day, we see that there has been a 47.75 increase in calls even from 2020. And a really alarming number of calls to the suicide helpline and to all the various helplines. And the reasons for calling these lines, I mean, can vary very, very widely, but definitely in terms of the incredible isolation that people have been feeling to get someone to talk to. So relationship problems, depression that has been untreated, undiagnosed, or recently stopped treatment, recently stopped medication, financial problems has been a huge source of calls as well, fear or stigma of getting help, significant trauma, more violent, more aggression over a long period of times where people have had no supported help at all. So I think it quite clearly shows increasing need for mental health support. And so I'm just going to move now to look at some of our other services that we provide. And when we were talking about task sharing, SADAG has a particular focus on support groups. We do free training of support group leaders. We have workbooks. We do support group leader forums to support our leaders. We also have WhatsApp support and WhatsApp groups. And as you can see from these pictures, pre-COVID, we were doing a lot of these in-person wonderful workshops. During lockdown, we've been doing these on Zooms and webinar. We have a series of 6-hour training online videos as well too. So we have adapted so that we can keep going. And a lot of the support groups themselves needed to adapt onto WhatsApp and online, and are now slowly starting to open again. So when we talk about support groups, we're talking about a gathering of people with common experiences and concerns who meet together to provide emotional and moral support for one another. They encourage a sense of community, a source of empathetic understanding, and provide an avenue for establishing social networks. Meetings can take place in person, over the phone, or online. What we run at SADAG is peer-led support groups, and they are not therapy. So it does not replace a member's usual medical care, and leaders are clear about their role as facilitators and supporters and not as therapists, but can make a huge impact and at great value, especially when people cannot get hold of a specialist or in between seeing a specialist as well. There's a lot of time in between and gaps where people need ongoing support. So they can be a valuable resource to help members cope. Members themselves often share experiences in coping advice, and it can be helpful just getting to talk with other people who are in the same situation. So a lot of our support group leaders have actually, for example, experienced depression or anxiety or whatever the group is about themselves, and have got to a position where they now feel passionate and in a better space to help other people, and with really very deep empathetic understanding of what others are going to. So they can help people cope better, feel less alone, which has been really key during COVID and lockdown, as they make connections with others facing similar challenges. And so joining a support group or deciding to set one up you do not need a qualification, we do all the training, is a powerful commitment to form relationships with others. And just to emphasize some of the benefits of support groups, allowing the short sharing of stories, building a common identity, this non-judgmental space where people feel they can express themselves, because many feel very silenced by their mental health conditions outside of these spaces. The groups help you take control, create a culture of equality. They can be a source of changing attitudes, emotional and moral support, empathetic understanding, and to start developing a network of support. And I think just this slide just reiterates really that we need them because there are not enough psychologists for individual psychotherapy. It is a practical solution in terms of task shifting that has been recommended by our own mental health framework. And they are quite easily taught, although supervision really does play a key role, and it really is important to do the training, do the supervision, keep the connection that SADAG does with all the support group leaders. Support groups can also be less stigmatizing or intimidating as a first point of contact. Groups enable advocacy and activism, and they're also a natural way of organizing ourselves as human beings. So they can be quite a comfortable space for people who may not be comfortable in a one-on-one modality as well. I've just put up here a number of support groups. I think our biggest percentage of groups are depression and anxiety groups. But each group is unique and can be specific or broad and can cover a large number of topics. So people who have lost loved ones to suicide, I'm just listing some of the groups that SADAG has had: LGBTQI high school students, meditation groups, postnatal depression groups, male refugees struggling to adapt to a new country, and so on. So it's up to the group leader to choose what type of group and for the members to decide how their group should look as well, and what would benefit them the most. And I just put up this slide and just to quickly show how the specialized support at the top of the triangle, it's much more difficult to get access and so on. And where SADAG support groups and family and friends and peer projects that we do, which I'll be talking about just now, sitting there at the very broad base of the triangle where it is incredibly needed and where there are lots of people who can actually get involved as well. So we also do psychoeducation, awareness and advocacy. And we've spoken already, I know, this morning around mental health literacy and the importance of this and understanding and having knowledge around mental health. And also mental health first aid should be as accessible as physical first aid. And I know there's going to be a talk on mental health first aid, so I'm not going to go into this in any detail, but it's really an important training that we do as well and is accessible again to everyone, not just specialists. We also do community outreach and awareness. A lot of it, again, from in-person to online, and hoping to do more in-person as well. We have free community forum talks every second month at the moment, and anyone is invited, and we really encourage people to join these and get the mental health literacy they need, or on particular topics where they may know someone who is suffering or have a family member or patients themselves. Part of our awareness is to have our annual walk. I know UKZN has been involved in this before when we were last on the beach, I think now 2 years ago. We have in between been holding virtual walks, but I think the importance of these is to kind of be out there, to keep talking around mental health and gather people around mental health. So hopefully in 2022, we are all back on the beach together. We also do social media, so Twitter account, Facebook. We have Facebook Fridays and talks on Facebook as well. So we're on that as well. And I just wanted to put up our current poster for our mental health symposium, which fits entirely with the topic that we're talking about today. How do we improve mental health in an unequal world? We've got some fantastic speakers, and these videos are coming out each week over October, and they are freely available to everyone. Even if you have missed one of the talks, we can give you access to these, and we've got some brilliant speakers. So we invite anyone who is really interested in this topic, which is so important, to kind of join on the symposium, and you're welcome to contact me if you need more information around that. But we really have some amazing speakers on this too. So also part of sharing tasks and getting everyone involved in mental health are projects that, and we call them our mental health champions, where we train people in peer support. We did a lovely workshop with UKZN medical students a while back. And I think it's important to get people involved and students to be able to tell us what their needs are, how they can help, how they can be involved. So we do a very interactive kind of training that is participative, to get ideas from participants that we are working with. We also do have a schools program, which unfortunately went on pause during the lockdown, but we're hoping to revive through youth leadership workshops in 2022 as well too. So I think as I'm nearing the end, I've just put up this poster, which kind of says what to do. And it relates back to what I'm saying about everyone can play a role in mental health, even with families, with friends, starting conversations around mental health, and not just like, how are you, but how are you really doing and how are you really feeling? And then listening to the person as well. Sharing resources like the SADC resources, sharing self-help tips, encouraging people to get help and support. As has been said earlier, a lot of people need the help and support, and we're really concerned why are they not actually reaching out and getting the help and support that they need. So really highlighting the resources that they are available. I know a lot of people also like to, especially initially, possibly remain anonymous. So sometimes, for example, just having the helpline number, knowing that you can talk to someone and don't have to actually give your name initially, can be a huge help as well. So connecting, speaking to people, and I'm not going to read through the whole long list here, but there is so much that each person, each institution, each NGO, and all of us can actually do, I think, to support mental health and all of those around us who are suffering. You can see from those figures from the helplines that it's everywhere, and it is a pandemic and it is a crisis, and we all do need to take some action around this. So our networking, I think, in this regard is also very important. And I've already spoken about our wonderful collaboration with UKZN and having our office on campus, which is really fantastic for us. We also partner, have worked at TAFTA with the elderly, mum support network around perinatal distress, solos, which is survivors of loved ones of suicide, to prevent suicide, to start talking about suicide, and to create awareness around that. And I think as a very small branch here, these collaborations really make an incredible difference and help to kind of spreading the awareness and the support around mental health. So I think the key message that I wanted to give is that there is a lot that we can do. Connection through support is incredibly important, because mental illness is a very isolating and debilitating thing. And to be able to reconnect via psychoeducation, via peer support and our close networks is incredibly important. So I'd really like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to share this, to highlight SADC services, which we encourage people to use and make the most of. And yes, thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this.
Thank you, Dr. Norton. Thank you. That was so informative and so helpful in respect of the services. Sometimes we are aware of the support groups that are available, but most of the time it's just there, and it's very nice to have a refresher, a reminder in respect of what's out there, what's being offered, and how we can make these services more accessible to our communities at large. I just want to open the floor to any questions. I know there are some comments that have come through. I would just like to read a comment or a couple of comments, if that's okay. So I'm just going to read. I'm not going to say who's provided this, but I'm just going to read. So the one comment is that really enjoying the program. Thank you. Perhaps access to, in this instance, ICAS could be enhanced by making it more visible. So not necessarily more posters and advertising, but more personalized access to counselors on campus in a safe environment, or to create an app which may reach the younger generations, maybe using a platform model, and more continuous and fun activities that encourage access to the services, creating support groups on campus. Thank you. I think, Lynn, on that basis, you and I are presently in discussions in respect of those support groups. So I'd like to stick myself out and say, look out. What's that saying? That is, watch the space. Watch the space. Okay, and then a further comment, please continue with your consistent awareness. It is making an impact and will bear positive results and gain momentum in the future. And there's further. And then there's just something that was put in the Q&A. So I'm not sure if it is a question, but I am going to read it because it does speak to the questions that we posed in earlier sessions, Lynn, in respect of, what prevents or what constrains people from utilizing the services that are available. So this is one that says amongst the reasons for not accessing the facilities available is an issue of trust and confidentiality, and seeking support for mental illness or unwellness makes one vulnerable to perceptions of weakness. And the message goes on. It's the context is where where trust is really cultivated and where it exists, and it's difficult to nurture because of the various competing agendas across working levels or disciplines. There's also a culture of accepting struggle or areas of weakness as part of the process for professional growth. So it's the institution itself is not experienced as a safe space. So by extension, institution-led interventions, are also viewed as those that would require vulnerability in the way in to participate. I think it's also these comments also speak specifically to what Professor Mkhize had touched on in his opening, in his keynote address. You know, where we need to do a little bit more in respect of getting some interventions out there that protects the individuals, and particularly when it comes to gender issues and you know, the work-life balance. So I sort of suspect that that's what the participant alluded to. Any comments from your side on that, Lynn?
Yeah, I think they're very important comments, actually, and they're issues that we need to be mindful on when we're doing training and creating interventions. And I think one of the key ways of kind of trying to take that into account is to involve participants, involving people with lived experience as part of the process as well, to try and overcome that. And certainly with a lot of the stigma that's out there, it is sometimes seen as a weakness to get help. And we would like to encourage people to try and see that differently and see it as a strength to actually get help. But certainly, yeah, the issues of trust often need to be built up over time, and the issues of vulnerability are very important, and we need to take them all into account when we are like deciding on an intervention and how we do it, and being very, very mindful of doing a needs analysis and including participants and including people who would be involved and with lived experience.
Yes. Yes, and I think it's also important at just this juncture, Dr. Norton, to say that institutions like SADAG or ICAS, for that matter, do abide by ethical codes of conduct in respect of confidentiality. So unless there are really pressing reasons to divulge information, and of course now we're all protected by the POPI Act as well, you know, so unless there's really pressing reasons to divulge any personal information or any information regarding a diagnosis, if that has come through, you know, that would be required by written permission from the participant. So I think I'd like to say to the people around the table today, be mindful that the people we are dealing with are professionals. We are registered with the Health Professions Council or other mental health institutions, recognized bodies. So there are codes of conduct and ethical codes that we do abide by. So think about that as well. You know, unless you become a danger to yourself or to people around you, I don't think any information will be divulged to the extent that you might be afraid it would. There are a couple of other questions that have come through in respect of, do you provide services to local schools, like as in mobile services, and impoverished areas? I think you did cover that, but if you can.
Yeah, we do have, as I said, we do have a schools program. We have quite limited funding though, so the more funding we can get, the more schools we can assist. So it's not always possible to do, and we did have unfortunately had to slow that down during the lockdown period, but it is something we would like to work for. But unfortunately, as the treatment gap gets bigger and the crisis worsens, the funding is also very difficult to come across as well. So it's certainly something that we would like to do and we can help with, but we are not always able to do as much as we can as well. And I think that's where partnerships and that become important too.
Sorry, I muted myself there. Fantastic, Dr. Norton. I think that's all the questions that have been posted. So at this juncture, I'd like to say thank you so much for coming through and providing the information you have given. You and I will be discussing regarding the support groups, and people do look out for information in respect of the support groups. And once again, I invite you to email me directly or email the Department of Human Resources Development with any suggestions, any questions, and we will try and assist or incorporate it in our 2022 program. Lynn, just before we go, just one last question. How can individuals support or provide funding?
What I can do is I can put my contact details and that on the chat, if that helps, and give information directly like that.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Thank you once again, Dr. Norton, and have a pleasant day further. If you're staying with us, we'd love your participation, or we'll see you at the panel in the afternoon.
I'll be back a bit later. Thank you so much. I think it's a really important and fantastic conversation that's happening today. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. All right, good people. So moving on, we're moving on to the next phase of our campaign. This time we'd like to wish a very warm welcome to Professor Machwane. Professor Machwane is one of our very own. She is from our Department of Psychology, and she's Dean and Head of School of Applied Human Sciences at the University of KZN. She has vast experience in leadership, teaching, as well as the practice of psychology, and she's very passionate about optimizing psychological well-being of individuals as well as whole communities, which is very important in light of today's conversation. Prof. Machwane does have a special interest in those who have a history of being marginalized or located in under-resourced environments, and she has completed research that gravitates towards community psychology, the indigenization of psychology and health psychology, and she's a board member of various organizations, including the EduChange and Research Foundation, as well as Bethesda, which are two non-profit organizations in South Africa. And both of these focus on transforming the South African educational landscape by creating centers of excellence within township schools. So very much bringing psychology to the community rather than bringing community to the psychology. Okay, and Bethesda is a Christian organization focusing on caring for orphan children. In addition, Prof. Machwane provides psychological support to clients experiencing a variety of mental health challenges through her private practice. And we are very, very delighted to have you here this morning, Professor. And I'd like to hand over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Program Director, and thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this webinar. I will be talking about mental health gatekeepers, but then in particular, I'm going to focus on suicide, gatekeepers related to suicide issues. As a starting point, I want to acknowledge two major interventions which I think will play a critical role in endorsing the importance of mental health within a holistic framework of health and well-being. I think this was more a strategic intervention from the World Health Organization, and they put into interventions. The first one was to put together a mental health atlas, which was meant to close the gap that existed around getting mental health information across the globe from different countries. I think that is going to play a critical role because then it gives information around how mental health is being managed within different countries, what are some of the prevalence rates of mental illness across the different countries across the globe. So I think that's an important intervention from the World Health Organization. Another key, I think, strategic intervention was then the implementation of a maybe development of the strategic plan on mental health, which looked at the period 2013 to 2030. And there are 4 key objectives there. The first one being strengthening effective mental health leadership and governance, providing comprehensive, integrated, and responsive mental health and social care services in community-based settings. The third one implementing strategies for promotion and prevention in mental health-based settings. And then the last one, strengthening mental health information systems, evidence, and research. And I think if you look at these 4 key objectives, you can attest to the fact that they will actually make a major impact and provide strategic direction in how we need to manage mental health. And I think for me, it will also assist with the issue of reducing stigmatization, because if we embrace it as part of holistic well-being, then it makes it much more easier for us to embrace it. And then I also looked at their website on Mental Health Awareness Day. And I found these key facts a little bit interesting within the context of my presentation. The fact that 1 billion people have got mental disorders. And I think most importantly, that anyone, anywhere can be affected. They also talk about depression. We've heard from the previous presentation around the mental health prevalence of depression, anxiety, etc. And then I also found it interesting also that they indicate that globally 1 in 7 10 to 9-year-olds experience a mental disorder. And half of these start at the age of 14 years, but mostly are undetected and untreated. I think this is very important for us to highlight. And then they talk about schizophrenia as one of our severe mental disorders, and indicate that those who are diagnosed with this tend to die 10 to 20 years earlier than your general population. And 1 in every 100 deaths is said to be by suicide. And suicide is said to be the 4th leading cause of death for young people aged between 15 and 29 years old. And then they talk about the impact of COVID-19 on mental health. Then I also found a very interesting statistic around mental health in South Africa in particular. And I was a little bit alarmed and shocked at these statistics. And yeah, but they are there. They are published in Pillay 2019 paper, in which he was assessing the status of mental health of South Africans. And apparently there was a block in 2018 on the South African College of Applied Psychology, where they presented these statistics, that 1 in 6 South Africans suffer from anxiety, depression, or substance use disorder. 40% of South Africans with HIV suffer from a mental disorder. 41% of pregnant women are depressed. And they looked at the violence, the crime, motor vehicle crashes that are happening in the country, and said they think about 60% of South Africans could be suffering from post-traumatic stress because of these exposure to violence. And then the most worrying is the fact that only 27% of South Africans with severe mental disorders receive treatment. Now, how do we then manage mental health, given all the issues that we have spoken about earlier? Some of the issues that the World Health Organization posed talk about the issue of gaps in care and some of the factors that contribute to that. Previous speakers have already alluded to that, and I'm glad that we were given a figure regarding the gap between the demand and supply of services. There's also the issue around access to quality mental health services. In the keynote speaker, we had some of the contributing factors to that lack of access, like your socioeconomic circumstances. We've also got the issue of chronic underinvestment in mental health services that makes it very difficult to have proper prevention programs. And then we already heard about stigma, stigmatization, discrimination, and human rights abuses of people with mental health. And at the beginning, we were told the theme is about access to mental health care. One of the interventions, our previous speaker, Dr. Norton, spoke about community-based interventions. I'm going to be focusing on gatekeepers, and I think gatekeepers in the absence of properly qualified staff that are able to reach the population, that are able to address the demand. Perhaps we could then use gatekeepers to be able to play a critical role in assessing and actually referring people with mental health challenges to the relevant services. And so if we look at what gatekeepers are, I think there are various definitions of that, but in essence, it's people who are strategically placed within our communities who have the potential to actually, support those who present with mental illness. And those are people that they interact with on a normal basis. They are exposed to a large volume of people that can present with any form of mental illness. And because of their strategic position, they can then be able to assist with assessing mental health issues. There is, however, some bit of contestation around the use of gatekeeper as a word, especially if we look at the issue of cultural sensitivity. There was a study that was done in Australia with Indigenous people of Australia, and when they introduced the word gatekeeper, they were not very comfortable with the use of that word because there were a number of associations of that word with their own experiences of discrimination, of their own experiences of being prejudiced. And so they did not quite appreciate the use of that word, gatekeeper, but then thought within their context, one could use a word like a tracer or someone, a go-to person or somebody with wisdom. And so they proposed several names that they felt would be much more user-friendly for them within their cultural context, bearing in mind their cultural experiences. And so if we look at the concept of gatekeeping, we've got two main categories. We've got those that are designated gatekeepers, who are your mental health professionals, or even medical professionals, for that matter, your social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists. Those would be your designated gatekeepers. And then we've got what they refer to as emergent gatekeepers. These are those key members in the community, like your teachers, for example, because they are exposed to a large group of learners who present with many kinds of issues, and they can play a critical role in being able to pick up if there's something wrong. We've got community service providers like maybe your police officers, perhaps your hairdressers, maybe people like anyone who holds a high profile or even a recognized position within the community and is exposed to large members. Family members could also be gatekeepers. Friends can be gatekeepers. Peers could be gatekeepers. Colleagues within the workplace can also be gatekeepers. The roles that gatekeepers can play is to actually identify persons at risk of mental health. And I think for this purpose, I'm going to then focus specifically on suicide. I think one of my slides earlier spoke about 1 in 100 deaths is caused by suicide, and the fact that it's the 4th leading cause of death amongst the 15 to 29-year age group. And so I'm going to now focus specifically on gatekeepers within the suicide space. So they can assist us with identifying persons at risk of suicide. They can assist us with the management of suicide, including crisis intervention. They can assist us with providing what some refer to as gapless care, meaning they can connect people who are at risk with support services or with mental health services. And so oftentimes these gatekeepers, and especially the emergent ones, undergo training because it's recognized that they may not necessarily have the skills to be able to engage with people to the point where they feel comfortable to share some of the challenges that they may have, or even to recognize some of the signs of suicide or of mental health. And so some of the programs would then focus on knowledge about mental health issues, attitudes towards mental health, the skills that are required to intervene or to identify mental health issues, and also equip them with the self-efficacy to intervene in those environments, for them to feel that they can actually make an impact and make a difference within the space. Now, how can then gatekeepers be able to identify some of the signs of suicide? Very often suicide is associated with your mood disorders. That would be your depression, your anxiety. And it's also closely related to substance use disorders or substance use or misuse. And so very often, then you would find that someone who is depressed may manifest any of the following symptoms. The person may withdraw from social interactions. So it's very much important that we become very much aware of people that we interact with on a close basis. If it's within a family setup, it's very important that we know one another. We understand that if this one is happy, this is how they act. If they act in a particular way, we should be able to recognize that they are acting abnormally or they are acting in an unusual way. And we should then be able to pick up when there's a change in behavior. And so withdrawal from social relationships, the person might start, a child at home, for instance, and I'll use a home environment as my reference point. A child at home might, for instance, start wanting to spend more time in their bedroom and not interact very much with all members of the family. They might want, and I think especially within the age groups of 15 to 29 years, that's a time where most of the kids are beginning to explore and to find themselves and to find their identity. And it's very easy for them to gravitate towards friends and go outside rather than actually engaging with the parents. And so it can be a process that when not really there's close attention paid, we may miss the fact that there's something wrong with this withdrawal. Because especially nowadays, most of the children tend to like to be on social networks. They like to be on their phone all the time. And we may think it's a normal behavior, but then sometimes it may actually be signaling something else. And so social withdrawal becomes a very critical sign that one can be able to see that maybe there's something wrong. It's a warning sign. Regarding suicide, they might all of a sudden start talking about suicide, start wanting to ask questions around suicide, maybe beginning to go into the social networks and talking about suicide there and researching what other people are saying about suicide. And that also is one of the warning signs. And I think in today's age, where information is readily available, you know, whilst it might be a positive thing, but then at the same time, it might also be a negative thing, because it exposes people to a vast array of information, and people are able to, even I hear that even on these social media sites, they do provide information on how to commit suicide. And so there's readily available, you know, information on how one can go about trying to commit suicide, various methods that are being shared on social media platforms. You might also notice loss of interest in personal appearance. When you begin to notice that this person, you know, can spend the whole day not even taking a bath, or they oftentimes will not make up their bed, that might be a sign that maybe something is not right, especially if before the person was, you know, very careful about, you know, self-groom. They were very careful about their surrounding, how they look, but then the sudden change might signal there's something wrong. The use of alcohol and drugs might also be another indicator that maybe there's something wrong, because oftentimes, as I said, mood disorders are associated with suicide. And when people feel down and depressed, they will often want to take a substance like alcohol or even drugs, which are readily available as well these days in the streets, to try and lighten up their mood. It may start like it's experimentation. It may start like, I just want to try it out and explore, but then it might end up being something that they get used to. They get used to being in a particular elated state of emotion, and therefore begin to become dependent, and that could sometimes even lead them to commit suicide. Another sign would be change in patterns in sleeping or in eating. Some people would all of a sudden start eating a lot more than usual. It becomes your comfort eating. That's what some people refer it to. Whenever you feel stressed, you just want to eat. For others, it may actually be they lose appetite and they don't want to eat as much as they would normally eat. Others would sleep a lot. Others may find it difficult to fall asleep and sleep very little. And so those changes in it can be either in sleeping or eating, or it can be in both as well. But for you to be able to notice this, you would have to know the person quite well to be able to say, but this is not their normal behavior. This is something that is outside of the ordinary. And therefore, let me try and find out more. And within classroom settings, for instance, there was one study that was done on suicide amongst school learners. The researchers actually identified schools wherein there was one incident or two incidences of suicide. And when they did focus groups with the teachers, trying to see whether teachers have a sense of what signs of suicide look like. And they realized that, sometimes kids would sleep in class and it would be unusual, but then they would not make anything out of it. And so it becomes important then that when they start noticing that, when they get given education on what are the signs and the symptoms, when they start picking up a child who now unusually starts sleeping, they can then pay more attention to that child. And then sometimes people may take unnecessary risks. And with those unnecessary risks, you begin to say, but this is outside of their normal behavior. They're doing something that puts them in danger. What's going on? And that can assist in trying to probe a little bit further. And so these are some of the most obvious signs or warning signs that one can pick up that something is wrong, that perhaps this person needs attention, perhaps this person is crying for attention, and therefore let's try and find out what's going on. I want to also indicate that suicidal behavior is a little bit complex, because one doesn't just wake up and then starts committing suicide. As I indicated, depression is one of the mental disorders that is very closely associated with suicidal behavior. And so all of the symptoms that I mentioned earlier, or all of the signs, are also signs of depression, of somebody who feels highly depressed. And I think one of the things that I left out is a feeling of being helpless, a feeling of being hopeless, a feeling of being alone. And so once someone gets into that space of feeling helpless, hopeless, and alone, they then begin to think about how do I get out of this situation? And one of the things would be now thinking around, perhaps I might want to take my life. And that's where they will start ruminating about suicide, having those ideas around suicide. Some of them they may verbalize, some of them they may not verbalize. And once they have a concrete, clear picture in their mind or in their thoughts around, I really think now I want to do this thing, then they start planning. How do I then execute it? And there are several ways that people tend to do commit suicide. Some will take the common one would be your overdosing on pills, on prescription medication. Some of them take lethal liquids, like your poison, rat poison, and things like that. Others would want to drown themselves. Others would want to hang themselves. And I think with that kind of planning that takes place, it also gives you a sense as a mental health practitioner of the extent of seriousness of the suicidal ideation. And then what then follows would be an attempt. They would then attempt that suicide or not even attempt it, and then others would then succeed in their attempt, and others won't succeed. And some people, depending on the method that they use, and when you probe further, you are able to see that this person did not actually want to commit suicide, but initially it was more a cry for help. But then for others, you are able to see that this person had really concluded that I want to do it. And then with the method that they use, you are able to see that they actually make sure that they do not survive. Now, there are three levels of strategies that suicide prevention or intervention can happen. The World Health Organization provided these three levels. The first level is at a universal level. And there you actually target your general population, where the focus is more around health promotion. You want to reduce access to whatever resources that people may have or means of committing suicide. Also trying to improve access into mental health care, as well as reducing the harmful effect of substance use. And so this is more a broad targeted intervention, and it's mainly for education purposes, promoting health. And then the next one is targeting specific vulnerable groups. And we talked about, I think suicide would be one of the vulnerable groups, for instance, and allowing gatekeepers in particular to be able to identify some of these warning signs and provide the necessary support and also even refer to helpline, for instance. And then you've got your indicated level or indicated strategy where you focus at specific high-risk individuals. Here we talk about people with substance use disorders, maybe those with mental illnesses like those diagnosed with depression. Here we want to promote and improve access into mental health care, improving identification of these illnesses, management of the illnesses, suicidal behavior, and offering community support and increasing training and education for healthcare professionals working within suicidal contexts. And then lastly, I just want to also talk about some of the assessment of what kind of programs or strategies work. If we look at this as a multi-level approach, and we use all those three levels, we target all those three levels simultaneously, it has been found that those kind of strategies tend to work better than when we utilize any of the strategies in isolation. But then also, I think the DVC mentioned that earlier, that if we narrowly focus on individual biomedical psychiatric approaches, we tend to have very limited results, as opposed to utilizing contextual approaches that look at your cultural context, that look at your social context, that look at your economic context, some of the political antecedents, and also the context within which suicidal behavior happens. And so I think being able to look at contextual approaches, we would really make a good impact and make much more effective intervention in these kind of situations. I think with that, I'm gonna stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. What an important topic for discussion. I'm first going to say thank you. It really helps us look at bridging the gap that we have available with professional mental health practitioners. We as we've heard throughout the day, we do have shortages of qualified and professional mental health practitioners that we can turn to or bring healthcare to the people. But more importantly, I think I just wanted to reflect on the 15 to 29 age group, which is a high risk group. And ironically, I attended an international presentation last night on it was also on suicide, and it was with regards to, they call them the tweens, and the impact of social media on their behavior, which particularly leads to suicide. And many people came through, particularly in America, saying their children are at high risk of suicide, and they are being influenced by social media. And I think you've touched on that, which is very important. So it brings me to the question that someone's posted, on the Q&A. If there are the signs that you have mentioned, how can one intervene without invading someone's privacy? And this is particularly in respect of, well, not this person, but how does one do that? How do you intervene without impacting on the privacy?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for the reflection. I think this is where then training becomes important for gatekeepers in particular, and just basic micro skills of empathy, of being patient with someone, of not being judgmental when someone tells you whatever that they want to tell you, and creating just a space where people can just feel that they can approach you. being approachable. And I think one of the things that makes people to be approachable is when they are not easily judgmental, when they are told something that is alarming to them, or something that they don't agree with, or something that they don't believe in. And so just adopting a posture of not being judgmental and accepting of whatever someone is going through or someone else's experiences, and building trust. Once there's trust between you and others, it becomes very easy for them to come to you and to talk to you about issues. And I think that's one of the questions that was posed earlier around barriers to accessing ICAS services, because trust is a big issue. And so if we create that space of trust and of being approachable and of not being judgmental, then we facilitate that space where people can come to us and be able to listen to us. And for us not to be intruding is to just to allow them to speak without asking unnecessary questions or irrelevant questions. And I think just a basic touch of training on key micro skills of handling people can go a long way to assist people to understand what should be done, what shouldn't be done in facilitating people to share their stories.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for that. With that, I'd like to, if there aren't any further questions, no, any comments, none. Professor Machwane, I thank you very much for joining us this morning. And I think your topic is really, really important in light of the COVID pandemic and lockdown and the impact that this has on people. So for those of us who are still on the stronger side, and we are in a position to identify and look out for people in our families, in our communities, in our friends, I think the pointers provided by Professor Machwane is really important for us to keep in mind, and also keep your eyes and ears peeled, particularly for those individuals who now tend to rely on easily accessible over-the-counter meds like codeine products that also have addictive tendencies, and the side effects of which can also lead to suicidal ideation, etc. So do be mindful of that. And with that, Professor Machwane, thank you so much. We're looking forward to engaging you in future to bring our UKZN mental health day interventions to light, to make them stronger, actually, not to light, to make them stronger. Thank you so much, Prof. Machwane.
You're welcome. Thank you. I see there are some questions.
Oh, yes. Yes, Prof. It says, would it be possible to provide that basic training for staff as we prepare to return back to campus while COVID long-term effects persist?
Maybe I should actually refer this back to Mrs. Ramabudu as the custodian of the mental health program for the institution. And yeah, I'm sure we can support wherever if support is required.
Mrs. Ramabudu, would you like to field that?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sugreen. It's something that we have been looking at. In fact, we've had a conversation with SADC on the same, kind of looking at having mental health first aiders. I know ICAS is going to be coming next with that presentation. So that's the way that we wanted to approach it. And SADC has been on board in terms of assisting us with that, and such that at least we are able to also even have support groups within the university community that are actually run by the university community themselves. So, but there is work that is in the pipeline, which it's unlikely to happen this year, but we are looking into that for the year 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ramabudu. That's very important. Someone's posted anonymously in respect of substance abuse, grandpa, and coke as well. And I think we must be mindful of that, guys. It's important that we keep a lookout for that. And then it's thank you, Mrs. Ramabudu Nkosi. That would be very helpful. Okay, so with that, thank you, Prof. It was lovely having you here as always. And with that, I'd like to move on to our speaker from ICAZ, Mrs. Claudia Pfeffer, as in Claudia Scheffer and Michelle Pfeiffer, the usual tongue twister that I get. Welcome, Claudia, Mrs. Pfeiffer. Just a brief introduction for Mrs. Pfeiffer. She's a delightful individual that I've had a pleasure to work with throughout this year. Mrs. Pfeiffer works with communication in people skills and the ability to manage time effectively. She's a motivational speaker and is extremely passionate about social justice related issues and believes that we all have a purpose and are given talents, and it's up to us whether or not we take advantage of them and use them wildly. Wildly, sorry, that was a Freudian slip. Sorry about that, people. Okay, so it's use your talents wisely, not wildly. And I'll swear I had a drink before the session. Okay, Mrs. Pfeiffer is currently in private practice and she works with assisting clients through the strength perspective in making decisions in their lives that are empowering as well as life-changing. Okay, she focuses on various dimensions, and she is of the belief that the client is the expert in their own lives. So with that, Mrs. Pfeiffer, I'd like to hand over to you and take it away.
Goshan, thank you very much for your kind words and your introduction. And I've actually had the pleasure of having been part of Howard College for many years and getting my honours degree there. So it's good to be a guest speaker here. Thank you very much. You know, and I listened intently to Prof previously, and what really struck out before I start is gatekeepers and the importance of gatekeepers. And I cannot reiterate the importance of our wellness programs, you know, because really they are, for many individuals, the first port of contact, you know, to actually access services. And we see it more and more now over the last couple of years, especially with the pandemic, how the access of the services have quadrupled. And it is absolutely vital that the gatekeepers are really equipped to assist the most vulnerable, most of all, you know, which is the wonderful aspect of the program, because it is accessible. You know, it doesn't depend on your financial abilities or what you're able to afford or the quality of care. It's accessible to all that have the program, which is wonderful. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that. I'm just trying to move this little bar away from my slide. So we're looking at mental health, and the mental health refers to our emotional and psychological state, our social well-being, and how we feel about ourselves and interact with others. Mental health. It is not the same as mental illness. And often when the word mental illness gets used, people tend to take a step back and get a little bit nervous because nobody wants to be seen as having a mental illness. You know, so sometimes we have to word things in such a way that it is more palatable to the individual, and more understanding is kind of gauged over time and knowledge shared. And the knowledge is the part where the power lies, because often mental illness has a very negative connotation to it, a negative stigma to it. And I think it's especially also the role of ICAZ, of affiliates, to kind of dispel these myths so that more people are more open to access the services and to speak more freely and honestly. And yes, non-judgment is the key. You know, at the moment you feel heard, and there's no judgment, you are much more likely to assist the person on a holistic level. So we're going to, hang on, I'm just trying to collapse this and move it because it's in my slide. There we go. So can lead to mental, so it is absolutely vital that we take care of our mental health. And this morning, we're going to look at some tools and some ways of how we can best take care of our mental health so it doesn't lead to mental illness or any other kind of issues in our life where we feel we're kind of overwhelmed and not coping. Especially, I'm going to have the focus very much on current life stresses, i.e. the pandemic, and how that has had major repercussions on pretty much globally on all of us, on everybody's lives. So living through this pandemic tends to lead to many emotions, not the least of which is worry and anxiety. Huge. In the past, it used to be depression used to outweigh anxiety. But over the last couple of years, we've seen the role reversal of anxiety actually outweighing depression. Many people feel that they have no control over what is happening, which is leading to heightened fear and anxiety. While it is normal to feel anxious and sad about life's events, it is when worry becomes constant and sadness leads to depression that this is an alert for you to seek help. And I would like to even say a little bit sooner. In other words, if you start realizing that things start spiraling and you are losing the ability to function and feel good about yourself, and taking every day in its stride, it's the sooner you reach out for assistance, the better. The sooner issues can be addressed. Very, very important. So this kind of helps us kind of get a measuring stick where we are at, where you are at, and to look out for signs and symptoms and how to deal with it in the moment. It is important that you put aside time in the day to addressing anxiety, anxious thoughts and feelings. Studies have shown that when people learn to work with anxiety in this way, they experience a reduction in intrusive thoughts throughout the day. Most often, the things we worry about are just that, worries, not realities. This is key. It is a thought. It is a feeling. Is it based on fact? Or is it just something that we worry about? And remember, we can't control the future. What happens is completely out of our control. So for us to worry in the moment, we are robbing ourselves being fully in the present. We are robbing ourselves of more than anything that we can control. So it is very important to keep that in mind. And when people say, I have so much anxiety, yes, we have anxiety. Anxiety doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. And I always encourage individuals, work with your anxiety. Let it teach you, let it show you what is actually going on so you can work through it as opposed to fighting anxiety, fearing anxiety. Fear in itself triggers anxiety, doesn't it? So the fear of having anxiety can cause worse anxiety. So it's kind of important to keep in mind. Okay, I just need to move this bar again. Managing your own mental health, key. And and as the introduction says, I do believe that we all are experts of our own lives. Intrinsically, we all know what we need within ourselves to heal ourselves, to better ourselves, and to grow as individuals. We all do. Sometimes we just need somebody on the outside to help us tap into that, to help us see that, and to help us to live our life to the fullest. There are things that you can do to bolster your psychological fitness and build your resilience. I always say, we are all born with a certain amount of level of resilience, but it's something that you can grow over time. It's not stagnant. It's not something that's rigid. It's something that's ever evolving, especially through life circumstances. Depends whether we learn from them or whether we allow them to get on top of us. Remembering that stress is part of life and learning to deal with it. Accepting that some crises are beyond our control. There's really nothing we can do about it. Challenging some of our assumptions about the world. Maintaining supportive relationships at home, very, very key. Support system is key. Among friends, with colleagues, resilient people are good at reaching out and getting help. Often we still hear that typical stereotype, I'm strong, I don't need help, I'm fine. Meanwhile, that person is far from fine. We sometimes have a very warped view of what is strength and what is weakness. And I don't like either term. I prefer to say levels of resilience, what is innate, what we have, what we can build on. We're all different in different places. Looking after yourself, this will give you the energy, strength, and balance to deal with difficult situations. Go to gym, have a flu vaccine, eat right, exercise, have some fun. It's hard to cope if you're literally sick and tired. And this sounds so simple, and I know that. But often, if we get the simple things in our lives right, it lays the foundation of how we cope moving forward. And often enough, we do not prioritize ourselves. We tend to give, and it comes at a huge cost because there's nothing left in the tank. So a lot of people will say, well, that's selfish. If you leave your family and you do this or you do that, it's not selfish. It's self-care. It's self-compassion. If you are doing that, you're able to give so much more to your loved ones, to your workplace, to your colleagues, to your friends, etc. There's a lot more of you to go around. Setting realistic goals. Keep it simple. Clarify what's really important and what's not. Very important. Sometimes it helps to write and jot things down to kind of get a good visual of what is going on, what is important. Don't sweat the small stuff. I often say, parents, through my practice, I see quite a few individuals and they say, we come home and then we complain to the kids because if the home is a mess, isn't it? But they're home, they're safe, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Yes, the coffee cup might not be in the dishwasher, it might still be standing in the cup, but choose your battles. Some battles are just not worth it. And that way you can kind of retain a lot of your energy, and you're not using them on things that really don't matter the next day. Just going to the next slide. Sorry about that. Communicating often, simply and authentically. I cannot stress this enough, especially work and home. Authentically is the key, and honestly and openly. Put up your hand, say, I'm not managing, I'm not coping. I need a little bit of support. It's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of real strength and good understanding of self, of what you need in the moment. That way, assistance can be given to you, whether it is at home, whether it is work. The help is there. Remember, your manager or your husband or your wife or your partner is not a mind reader. They don't know what is going on internally. Nobody really knows. And I think it was when we go back to suicide, I think that's a huge, how can we say, people that commit suicide often are smiling the morning before, happy, outgoing, and they wear masks. And this is what I mean. It's a mental illness, suicide, depression. It's genderless. It has no color. It has a mask that everybody wears that they don't want to be seen under. So it is very, very important to be open and honest with the people around you so you can get the assistance that you need. Taking time out, this will help you to get perspective and recharge your batteries. Like everything else, we need to recharge. Knowing your emotional health status, identifying the sources of your stress, know how you're feeling from day to day. Check in with yourself. Sit quietly with yourself. What is going on in your life? Living accordingly to your values and finding a meaning what you do, very important. More and more I come across individuals that are perhaps in high-powered positions, working in companies and feeling absolutely no joy. And I think the pandemic over the past 2 years has kind of unveiled and unmasked a lot. It has made a lot of people look within and looked at more life in a philosophical manner and what is really important. I think a lot of people have become more minimalistic, have realized that materialism is not necessarily the way to go anymore, and perhaps quality of life really lies within how we live our lives to the fullest, our purpose, our value system. And there's a lot of internal, sometimes questioning and battles. Very important that you kind of give yourself the time and space to work through that. So living according to your values and finding meaning is very important for your mental health. Getting help when you need it and taking responsibility for your own state of health. Nobody knows better than you what you intrinsically need to do. It's about doing it. And yes, motivation isn't always there. It's about just sometimes getting up and doing what needs to be done to be able to get to a better place. Resilience. Let's look at a little bit about resilience. In the context of looking after your mental well-being and managing stress and developing more balance, we need to build resilience and be constantly building resilience. Remember, you are never at a place where you can say, well, I can conquer anything and everything. You're constantly adjusting and growing from your life experiences. Okay, and your life is not stagnant. It doesn't go in a smooth continuum. There will be pitfalls, there will be ups and downs, and that's where resilience comes into play. Resilience is defined as the ability to recover quickly from illness, change, or misfortune. How people deal with difficult events that change their life, very challenging experiences. And I think over the 2 years, I'm going to keep it within context in the last few years. I think if a lot of us look back over the last 2 years and seen how much we've actually been through as a collective and individually, I think everybody would be, wow, I didn't realize I overcame all of this, you know. And that's the important part, to reflect on those things, to really take them on, to realize I have that resilience, I have that strength within me to overcome these things. But we tend to just gloss over them a lot of the time. Many people react to such circumstances with a flood of strong emotions and a sense of uncertainty. Yes. Yet over time, people adapt well. What enables them to do so? It involves resilience, an ongoing process that requires time and effort. It's an individual's capacity to withstand stress and catastrophe, which may result in a bouncing back to a previous state of a normal functioning. Previous state of normal functioning, or even better functioning. Resilience is not intrinsic. It is a learned characteristic that develops as we grow, increases our knowledge and self-awareness skills. It is ongoing. It's constantly evolving, just like all of us are. You know, the key is always about adaptability. A certainty in life is change. And if we are able to adapt to a constantly changing environment, we build our resilience naturally like that. It's when we kind of get stuck and we kind of put our heels in and we get resistant towards change, is sometimes we come across difficulties that we need to work through. Resilient people have skills such as being able to persevere, are able to manage their stress, build and maintain healthy relationships, know when they need to ask for help, manage conflict and criticism effectively, and overcome adversity. I know that's quite a mouthful, but if you read through it slowly and you start applying it into your own life, you realize how much of that you're already doing, and you also realize and recognize where you feel, okay, I'm coming a bit short in this area or in that area. I need to tweak or work on it. That's what it's about. It's constantly evolving and constantly becoming aware of where we are at every step in our life. And that's how we can make the changes and build resilience. Mental health toolkit. Now we're going to look at some of the mental health toolkits. Emergency stress stoppers help you to diffuse stress in the moment. People often ask, what do I do in the moment when I'm feeling that way? How do I overcome my anxiety attack or my panic attack? Or how do I overcome these difficult emotions in the moment? You know, we often know what we need to do on paper. We will read them, you know, but to apply them is not always easy. And remember, it takes many times we fail until we get it right. It's practice makes perfect. It definitely does. In the beginning, when you ride a bike, you're going to fall off many times. Eventually, you're going to master that bicycle. And learning those tools to be able to deal in the moment is the same. After a while, you subconsciously actually start doing them without realizing that you've done it. Okay? Different situations might need different stress stoppers, or sometimes you might need to combine them. Count to 10 before you stress or react. Yes, that's a big one. Counting to 10. Who remembers that in the moment? You have to literally sometimes tell yourself, count to 10. Speak out loud in your head. It doesn't matter. Nobody will think you're crazy if you're speaking to yourself. Count to 10. Take deep breaths, deep, slow, deep breath. It'll slow down your racing thoughts. It'll slow down your heart rate. And you can start thinking and planning a little bit more clearly. Go for a walk, even if it's just a few minutes. I often say to my clients, if you feel overwhelmed in the moment, get up, go for a walk, come back, and things will look differently. Take your shoes off. Feel grounded in the moment. Go for a walk. It can help the tension and give you a few minutes to think things through, just to calm things down a little bit. Try a quick meditation or prayer to get some perspective. It can help us kind of just settle us again in the moment and ground ourselves. It's not urgent. Sleep on it and respond the next day. If you feel it's not something that needs your immediate attention, rather take your time about it, think it through, and I'm pretty sure that the next day you will react very differently and you will not break perhaps relationships where in the moment relationships can be damaged. So give it some thought and apply some wisdom. Break down big problems into smaller parts. Take one step at a time rather than taking everything at once. Big one. You know, you can't climb a mountain in one day. You take it a step at a time. Before you know it, you're up there. Have a playlist on inspirational podcast series. Podcasts are huge. People nowadays are less likely to read a book, are more likely to listen to the podcast. And there's some really amazing inspirational podcasts out there that will definitely, in the moment, just be able to calm your mind and to give you another perspective and think, this is why I'm feeling this way. Now I understand. And that's how you start moving forward again. Take a break. Give or get a hug or offer some kind of words to kind words to someone. Yeah, that's a difficult one, especially in the times that we're living in. You know, especially with the virus, people have become very wary of physical closeness, rightly so. It's a social distancing. But it is also robbing, I think, society and people generally of a lot of healing, you know, the emotional closeness and the connection and the touch is where often people feel rejuvenated, strengthened, felt and heard, you know. Sometimes that is at the moment, especially during these times, it is a stumbling block. It definitely is. But, you know, with your loved ones, with people that you know well, I think that is, you can do that. Get active. Exercise is a great antidote for stress. Yes, it pushes up your feel-good hormones, doesn't it? Your dopamine levels, etc. It helps you to get that feeling of euphoria and happiness and joy. If you do it regularly, it's something that you then need regularly, just to keep going as well. Emotional first aid toolkit. Now we're going to look at some of the emotions. Some practical ways to manage your emotions. Use a stress ball or fidget gadget. Yes, I always have something on my desk. You know, something that kind of on another level in your mind, you can take the stress off because you're keeping yourself busy. You know, especially if you're trying to quit smoking. You know, I have a lot of clients that try to quit smoking, and are in the process of quitting smoking, that find it quite useful to perhaps have something in your hand to distract yourself. A gratitude journal, you know, an attitude of gratitude. Honestly, I can't stress this enough. Our perception and how we go through life and how we view life and our surroundings around us plays a huge part in how well our emotional state of mind is really. If we wake up in the morning and we automatically think, I've got to go to work, I've got to do this, or we think the sun is shining, I'm awake, I'm alive, I'm healthy, my children are alive, my children are healthy, they're doing well. Find something to be grateful about. It is easy to focus on the negatives. It is easy to pick and find fault with people around us or what they do or what they don't do. It is much, much harder sometimes to find the good, including our kids. We're much, much quicker to chastise as opposed to build up and reinforce the good and the positives. Have a comfort crew, support. We are human, as human beings, we are social beings. And as much as it's been challenged, we are still social beings and we still need that support and that connection. Find your crew. Let them be inspiring, let them be positive, let them be uplifting, not negative. You know, sometimes when we listen to other people, it can drag us down or drain us of our energy. Just be mindful of that, the people that you connect with. Tea in the evenings, chamomile, peppermint, all those teas have a way of soothing the nervous system. You know, be kind to yourself. That is really the message here, just to be kind to yourself. Ice packs, placing an ice cold pack on your neck or squeeze both hands around. It can bring to the here and now when your emotions are taking you on a roller coaster, right? Yes, you know, your emotions can take you everywhere and then you're not grounded. You're not in the present moment. You feel like sometimes you might even be floating, or you feel like you're going crazy because your brain and your thoughts are all over the place. So it's very, very important to kind of keep yourself grounded in the here and now. Remind yourself, you know, that you are here, that you are safe. Our mind is pretty powerful and can really play tricks on us. Be aware of that, you know, and challenge your thought processes. Candy jar, well, not for me, unfortunately, It's peppermint sweets, chocolates. This is something that you can eat mindfully and slowly, focusing on the texture, taste, and how your muscle contracts in your teeth. So be mindful of how it smells, how it tastes, all of that. All of that will kind of ground you and bring you into the present moment. This mindfulness exercise helps redirect your attention from the emotional storm that is going on internally inside of you. Essential oils, choose a favorite scent that reminds you of someone close to you that you loved and care. Smell is the sense mostly tied to memory, yeah? And it can help you hit the pause button and give you a chance to regroup. It can be something comforting, it can be something nurturing, that often takes you right back into your childhood. So use those tools that are available to you. They're all available, Remember, the goal is to survive the moment, not feel relaxed. You will likely still feel angry, anxious, or sad. But if you use your mental health first aid kit, you'll be controlled. You will be controlled and not emotions controlling you. That is key. I always say, if you have the reins, if your emotions are a racehorse, do you let the reins go and let the racehorse run wild? Or you take the reins and are you in charge of that racehorse? That's the important part. Okay, that kind of brings me to the end of the presentation. And now I would like to just share the points of access to employee wellness program. And really, when I was so encouraged when I was listening to Prof beforehand, and how she spoke about the different role players and the ability to actually access the gatekeepers. I cannot stress this enough, that your wellness programs play a huge role in being that gatekeeper and being that point of access, because it is available to every employee, regardless of your socioeconomic status. That's the wonderful part. People that would normally probably not even reach out or are able to reach out. Points of access to your EAP. You can go dial 134, request a callback, place of work, enter your name, remain anonymous. Big one, anonymity is very, very high up on the list. Confidentiality is valued and has to remain in place. Please call the toll-free number in an emergency. Dial our 800 number for instant support. Select which EW professional you require assistance from, and your call will be transferred accordingly. Should your call not be answered immediately, please leave a voicemail. Your call will be returned within 60 minutes. Very important. ICAS on the Go app. Download the ICAS on the Go app from the Google Play Store or App Store. After installing this free app, open it to register. Okay, follow the points accordingly. To register as a new user, enter your company code, which you all have there, UKZN 001. Work email, first name, surname, and cell phone, then click register at the bottom of the screen. You will be redirected to another screen where you will need to enter a password, confirm it, click and apply. After registering and logging in, you will be directed to the same screen where you and your immediate family members will have 24/7, 365 days access. Very important, anyone in your household can access it. Okay, it's not just for the person that is directly employed. Okay, you're ready to use ICAS on the go. Confidentiality, like I said earlier, confidentiality is a cornerstone of EWP. Data is reported within the uppermost in mind, only on trends, themes across the business. No names, etc., are ever given out. All information shared with the EWP remains confidential. That is, no such information shall be shared with a third party unless with the employee's express written consent. Even then, it's minimal. Exceptions: risk to self, others, or children, crime, safety, sensitive work, or by court order. Okay, those are the only times when confidentiality can be broken under those circumstances. Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me the space this morning to present, and it was an absolute honor. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Goshan. If there's any questions, I'm here.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for that, Claudia. As always, highly, highly informative. I'm particularly keen on the work that ICAS has done with us, in partnership with us, throughout the year. the different topics that we have gone through, and I'm seriously looking forward to engaging a little bit more and making mental health care more amenable to the UKZN community. I have heeded some comments, and we'll definitely be looking at working with a more integrative platform as insofar as mental health care is concerned. I just as a run-off of the previous topic, in respect of suicide, and I know you've touched on it in respect of mental health care first aid. Just as a reminder, remember there was a 47.75 increase on the survey that was done in respect of requests for mental health care. This was, on the SADAG numbers. I don't have the ICAS stats to hand, but I think it would be more or less, along similar lines. And importantly enough, there were almost 85,500, not almost, it was above 85,500 calls for suicidal help. Now, what is encouraging is that people are calling and they are seeking the help. And today we've provided information that creates a context where you, as an individual, as a mother, as a parent, as a friend, as a sister, whatever, brother, you have been imparted with some knowledge in respect of what to look out for and how to handle situations. And with your presentation now, Claudia, on the mental health first aid, I think that's going to definitely support people that have attended this presentation. Any comments, any further comments in respect of the high risk of suicide, but specifically in respect of those people that do not call in for that suicidal help? Any thoughts or any comments on that?
Sure, it's a difficult one. Like I say, suicide doesn't have a specific look, a face. It comes disguised in many forms. And I think individuals that don't come forward and seek help feel they have no options available to them. And I think often they feel extremely desperate, feel alone, feel helpless and hopeless, and that nobody would understand them. And if anybody does feel like that, the key is you are heard. There are people out there that are there for you. I think the key is reach out. And on the other hand, earlier on somebody mentioned, what do you do if you feel somebody's not okay? How do you approach them? And I know Prof answered it, and I would just like to add to that and say, don't ever feel you be afraid to feel that if there's something, or say it from a good place, from a heartfelt place. I see you, I'm concerned. That is usually well taken. Often we are too afraid to reach out in case of how we are seen. Maybe we will be rejected or laughed at. It's not about you. It's about possibly saving a life. So never ever be afraid to reach out, ever. That I can't state that enough.
Thank you so much, Claudia. I think that's very important. Sometimes we mustn't be afraid to reach out because of our own, feelings. I want to use a stronger word, but I'll just use our own feelings. Yeah. But nevertheless, I'd like to take this opportunity, Claudia, for you having come through again. Thank you very much. Your presentation is much appreciated. And we look forward to seeing you on the panel discussion after lunch.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So with that, guys, I know we're running behind. I know there was a private message, supposedly a private message sent to me, but I think it's gone out to all of you that we're running behind, and I'm sure all of you know this. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Mr. Siyabonga Mkhize from the Umsamo Institute. Mr. Mkhize, are you online with us? I do see you. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, welcome. I'd like to give you a very warm welcome.
Thank you.
to the UKZN community, Mr. Mkhize. His full name is Siyabonga Africa Mkhize, which really speaks to what he's about to tell us. Mr. Mkhize is the CEO of the Umsamo Institute as well as the Umsamo Foundation. He's currently a Master of Science candidate, and we're not happy with this, Mr. Mkhize. You're doing it through bits. All right. But he is a St. John's old boy, and obviously he's got his undergrad and honors degree majoring in chemical pathology, which is very interesting. He's researching currently as part of his master's pediatric HIV drug response with the dissertation title Validation and Measurement of Abacavir, Tenofovir, and their active, oh my goodness, metabolites in children from Johannesburg. Okay, so without reading further on your profile, Mr. Mkhize, I'd like to give you a very warm welcome. As you all know, Mr. Mkhize will be, if you have read the poster, you know Mr. Mkhize is providing us today with cultural perspectives on mental health, African spirituality on medicine and spiritual health. And this is one of the first post-COVID kickoffs that we're having in respect of alternative healthcare insofar as mental health is concerned. So I'm truly looking forward to this. This really is up my alley, and I'm very encouraged to have you here. With that, Mr. Mkhize, welcome, and you can take it away.
Thank you so much for having me, Doctor. Thank you. Much appreciated. And afternoon to everybody that's watching this afternoon. My name is Siyabonga Africa Mkhize, and I work for the organization called Umsamo Institute. A bit of a background, it was started by Dr. Mkhize, who did his PhD at UKZN. And we have a bit of a working relationship with UKZN in that we have some of the students come over to our healing facilities in Pietermaritzburg, and they get a first-hand practical approach, and they get to observe African healing and African spirituality in practice. And Dr. Mkhize is a traditional healer, an academic and author, and I am a spiritual advisor. So today's conversation, let me just get my slides up. There we go. So for today's conversation, I really want us to understand not necessarily the complexity of African spirituality. African spirituality isn't as complicated as we think. We just speak about it like it's very complicated. But I think it's more important that we understand that African spirituality or African healing, as well as Western healing, need to complement each other and work together in order for us to tackle the issue of mental health. And in today's talk, I'm going to help you understand the kinds of African spiritual problems, what they may look like, and how they can, and the underlying spiritual causes, right, or contributing factors to mental health. We've got to understand that mental health or mental illness, okay, has a spiritual underlying, there's also an underlying spiritual contribution to it. That can be, and there's two factors. Some of it is inherited and some of it is not inherited. But I'm going to talk about that this afternoon. So quickly, in summary, Umsamo Institute, we are healing, we're a research, healing, and teaching facility. And essentially what we look at is we want to better understand what does African spirituality look like when someone is not well? How does it come across physically, and how does it come across mentally, right? How does African culture influence our spirituality? And then from that, how we disseminate our research is we do it in books. Unfortunately for now, the books are predominantly written in isiZulu, and we're currently slowly translating them into English so that it's accessible to everybody. But I think for today, if we can get through 4 points, I'll be satisfied. Understanding what spiritual wellness is and what it looks like, a breakdown of spiritual illness, understanding how spiritual well-being affects our mental and physical health. And then finally, I'm going to be giving you practical steps of how to successfully integrate spiritual healing and Western healing, because the two don't have to be in competition with one another, and they really should be complementing one another. And there's actually a model that we've come up with There was a client that we worked with, a pharmaceutical company rather, that we worked with, and we assisted them with dealing with employees in the workplace who were suffering from mental illness, and how do we reintegrate them back into the workplace once they've taken a time out to actually deal with the spiritual issue causing the mental illness. So I'll hopefully have enough time to show you that model that we work with our clients. So I think before we get any further, I think it's important to understand that there are three parts to all of us: body, mind, and spirits, and that they all interact at different levels and different times, and the influence between the two of them or on one another will always vary, right? Our physical health and our mental health are great indicators, right? And the most visual side, right? I use the word visually intentional because spiritual health also has a non-visual aspect to it, in that it can affect your career, it can affect your ability to form relationships, it can also affect your ability to perform your job. So those are the non-visual indicators of someone who's spiritually not well. So the most visual ones that we can see of spiritual illness is mental health and physical health, right? And the purpose and the intention of the work that we do at Umsamo Institute is to understand the underlying spiritual mental illness, right? What causes, spiritually, of course, distress to progress onto depression? Because like some of the other speakers have said today, moments of distress are completely normal, right? And I think I love what the last speaker said. I think it's Pfeiffer. I do apologize if I'm not saying it incorrectly. And that she said when she spoke about developing mental muscle and the capacity to overcome life's challenges, that it's so important. And I love what she spoke about. And that's essentially spiritually as well, what we need to work on as well, that you do need to acquire spiritual strength and spiritual muscle. And that takes time. And you almost need to go into the spiritual gym and actually work towards getting yourself to be spiritually strong. But most importantly, what we need to understand is that to break down the spiritual causes and the contributors of mental illness, right? So when it comes to spiritual health, right, there is this idea that if someone has the idea that the only spiritual contributor can come from an ancestral calling, or someone who has a calling to become a healer, or someone who's being bewitched, right? That is incorrect, okay? When we talk about spiritual health, there are essentially two large categories, okay, of illnesses that can come about, right? You have cultural spiritual illness, and then you have an ancestral spiritual illness, right? So for those of you that are sitting at home today and you're looking at addressing, see, the purpose of this talk is for us to learn to address things holistically, right? So when you're looking at the spiritual contributor to your mental health, you need to ask yourself, okay, if there is a spiritual contributor, is it from a cultural aspect? Is it from an ancestral aspect, right? A cultural aspect is the spiritual outcomes of cultural practice and protocol not being observed, right? Example of that is carrying the incorrect surname, not cleansing after the death of a family member, right? Not cleansing after an abortion or a miscarriage. Those are the kind of cultural protocols that need to be observed, and when they're not observed, can cause spiritual illness, right? An ancestral spiritual illness is one which is tied to the calling, right? Or having a spiritual calling. But now when it comes to an African spiritual calling, everybody thinks that, okay, fine, but if this person has a spiritual calling, then it can manifest in the form of depression, anxiety, or can fuel that rather. But what they don't understand is that having a calling has two different categories after that. You are either the descendant of someone who had a calling, or you yourself have a calling, right? So being the descendant of someone who has a calling can cause spiritual illness, which can be an underlying contributor to mental illness, right? Or you yourself have a calling, right? So now, why does this calling manifest in the form of, or contribute rather, to mental illness? That is because when you are not spiritually in alignment, right, there is essentially 1/3 of you that is not fully functioning, right? And there's 1/3 of you which is not well, which is sick. And then what begins to happen is that your body begins to compensate, right? The same way physically, a heart problem can result in a lung problem, which can result in a kidney problem, which can result in a liver problem, right? Because the body is compensating for one part of you which doesn't function. Hence, we have the outcome, which is mental illness, right? And then the cultural one, there's even a further subcategory, which is it historical or is it self-inflicted? The incorrect surname is historical. The not cleansing after an abortion or a miscarriage for both men and women, or not cleansing after the death of a family member, that is self-inflicted. Now, the way in when you have decided that, okay, fine, the cultural one, that is more family-driven healing, little intervention by a healer, right? And then the ancestral one is more healer-driven healing with a lot more intervention from your African spiritual healer, guide, or prophet. Now, the reason I've put that there is because the general theme, or one of the themes of today's talk, has been access to mental health facilities and healthcare workers. What we don't talk about is access to good spiritual healthcare facilities and health and spiritual healers, right? But people don't understand that not every single spiritual illness requires intervention from a healer. So sometimes what we're seeing is that individuals are not getting the healing that they require because the problem is not one that requires a healer, but requires a family intervention, right? So if you are diagnosed, let me just get my pen out quickly. So if you have an ancestral problem, right, you will need a healer, right? But the problem that we are seeing, right, the predominant issue that we have at the moment is that the cultural problems, right, are being pushed towards a healer, right? And a healer cannot help with a historical family issue, right? That is what a family needs to deal with, okay? And because they are inappropriately addressing the historical spiritual illness, right, they are struggling to overcome their mental health, right, or the mental illness, okay? What is of greatest concern is the combination of the two, which is what is happening at the moment. That is unfortunate, which is what is happening predominantly with the youth. So the reason why the numbers are so great with the youth when it comes to mental illness is because there is a significant spiritual predisposition or underlying cause of that. A lot of unfortunately, because of the history of South Africa, right? We come from there are two things that historically are causing for the youth of, particularly of Africa, to be affected by this significantly, okay? Number one, when we had the laws around the Witchcraft Act, okay, that meant that people couldn't accept their callings, which would mean that the boomer generation couldn't address their ancestral calling, and which mean that the current generation that followed after that, right, the generation that followed after that is a product of a generation that couldn't handle their calling. That's the first thing. And because of the laws that caused significant displacement of family, a lot of people lost their lineage, had to take surnames that were not theirs, right? And lost a lot of history and family history. So a lot of young people in South Africa and Africa at large, right, are suffering from a combination of the two. Now, a combination of the two is the most difficult to deal with, and that is why it seems like there was this there was this increase or this massive problem of mental health with the youth of South Africa and Africa at large, is because historically speaking, we have spiritual issues which have arisen. And what we do at Umsamo Institute is we educate the family members on how to deal with the cultural part, right? But we also give them access to the healers, which will help them with the ancestral part. But in addition to this, we do refer them to the necessary Western healers. I work very closely with a social worker in Diepsloot and Fourways, and I also work very closely with a psychologist, and she has access to a psychiatrist as well. Because what is important is that as much as there is a spiritual intervention, the spiritual intervention cannot remove the trauma or the trigger that's causing the mental illness, right? That is something you need to work through with a professional, right? So that's why we take a very integrated approach and a holistic approach, and we actually intervene. And that's how I intervene. It's quite important for my clients that at certain points of their healing process, they will not necessarily stop working with me, but they'll spend more time with their psychologist and their psychiatrist than they would with myself or Dr. Mkhize, because they need to actually address that underlying trauma or the trigger that actually caused them that actually resulted in the depression or the anxiety. Someone with suicide that was caused, the depression needs to be dealt with. And a spiritual intervention does not remove that depression. The spiritual intervention simply assists the individual that when they do work with the Western healthcare practitioner, that it is successful, right? So how does a spirituality affect our mental health? Okay, so spirituality affects our mental health since it is part of our makeup. The reason we have mental health, as I was saying, is because our bodies begin to compensate. So if you have left heart failure or right heart failure, then that'll manifest in the lungs. And then when you have issue in the lungs, then that'll manifest in the kidneys. And then you have acid-base components of your body begins to be thrown off, all because of one issue. The same thing happens in your body. If your spirit is not well, then it will come out in your body and your mind, right? The type of spiritual problem can be determined, right? Or rather can determine the type of mental illness that you're predisposed to, okay? So as I told you that there's two kinds, spiritual and there's also ancestral, right? The cultural problems or the cultural kind of spiritual illness tends to manifest in the identity crisis, right? Your personality disorders. The ancestral kind of problem will tend to manifest in the form of depression or anxiety, or not necessarily manifest, contribute, let me say that, towards depression and anxiety, right? So there is also a strong inheritance factor when it comes to spirituality and mental illness. What I mean by that, okay, is that let's take the example of suicide, because we've been talking quite a lot about suicide, right? In African culture and spirituality, there's a word called umkhokha, which loosely translates to violent loop of death in the family, okay? And that is caused by someone dying in a repetitive manner, right? So the last client we assisted with this, more particularly suicide, for the last 4 generations, the firstborn son would always commit suicide, right? And this was to show that spirituality goes beyond race and culture. Actually, it was a white family that we were helping, a white Afrikaans family that we were assisting. And the reason was that at the time I was doing a different kind of work for the particular private school, and they had just brought this case to me. But the grandson, the great grandson, had a suicide attempt, right? And it was when we took him to. It was when we actually began to discuss, and then they showed us that there was a history in the family of suicide, right? So that spiritual predisposition has a name for it in Zulu called umkhokha. So what we do is we cleanse that particular child or the individual, and then we cleanse the historical predisposition spiritually to commit suicide. And then we allow the psychologist and the psychiatrist to continue to work with the individual. But at that point, our role is pretty much done. Of course, perhaps sometimes they come back to us, but we've essentially done our role. So something like suicide, there is always most definitely a spiritual underlying thing that needs to be addressed, right? If an individual in a family is committing suicide or trying to commit suicide, right, then it most likely happened in a previous generation in the family. And what we would like to do, or what we do, is we promote that they continue to work with the psychologist and the psychiatrist, right? But we also ask them to look at the historical background, right, within the family. Okay, suicide is an interesting one because suicide can be caused by both a cultural and an ancestral kind of problem. Because culturally speaking, when someone passes away by violent death, they need to be cleansed, right? But because of the history and the laws that we had, people couldn't practice their culture. So if someone committed suicide, many years ago, they weren't cleansed. So the predisposition was created. So that's the cultural or the historical one. But of course, if someone also has a calling which has been unaddressed, then that can cause the depression. So if you combine the cultural part and you combine it with the depression and anxiety, you can now understand why there's the spiritual underlying cause or spiritual contribution to suicide and depression. Okay. So the integrated healing approach that we take is, sorry, I just want to make sure that, okay, hold on, sorry. Okay, all right, sorry about that. Yeah, hold on, yeah, there we go, right? The approach that we want to take or the integrated healing approach starts with this, right? The physical health should always come first because we physically need a well patient in order for us to actually heal, right? So if the person is a danger to themselves or a danger to anybody else, you need to prioritize that before you can actually do anything spiritually. If the person is harming themselves or harming other people, you need to actually get that under control first, okay? It is important to remember that, look, in this integrated approach, no one healer's role is above another. And like I've said, that there may be moments of disproportionate contribution, but it is simply temporary. There may be times when the individual will spend more time with a healer or a spiritual advisor, or spending more time addressing the spiritual issue than they do the psychological or mental one. But that's because at that point, that is what they need. But like I'm saying, it is temporary, okay? The purpose of the work is to spiritually prepare you and place you in the best possible position for the Western medicine to intervene, all right? The biggest mistake, and I've said that at the bottom, is that we're in a country or in a continent where people either lean too heavily to one form than the other. When we don't understand that we actually need both. I think your African healers and your African spiritual guides and your prophets are the first point of contact, as Professor Kiza said in the beginning of this talk, the beginning of today's talk, right? They are the people that are the best at, if we can train them to be able to identify that this is a spiritual contribution which I will assist you with, but you do need to actually go and speak to a psychologist or a psychiatrist and get the necessary assistance that you require mentally and psychologically, then we will begin to see progress when it comes to dealing with mental illness. We're not seeing that at the moment because people are either leaning more towards side than the other. But at the same time, I also think the difficulty with integrating is, at what point does one form of healing contribute more than the other? We don't understand that it's not about a competition, that it's okay that if you're a traditional healer or a to step back a little bit and allow them to spend more time with the psychiatrist or psychologist, and then let them come back to you, and vice versa, right? So as I was saying, step number one is heal the physical body. Make sure that you are actually well enough for any kind of spiritual or psychological intervention. If you're self-harming or you're a danger to other people, that needs to be dealt with first, which is the most immediate threat. We physically need you alive and well enough to help you, okay? And of course, ensuring their safety. Then the most important one is identifying the mental illness, right? It's so important, and I don't think enough. Look, we at Umsamo Institute have access to psychologists, psychiatrists, and we do work with them, and we refer our clients to them, and they do refer clients to us as well. So over the last 10 to 15 years, we've developed those relationships, but there's not enough of those cross career or cross healing practice kind of relationships that are around in South Africa, right? And I think the youth is suffering the most from that. The most important thing is actually identify if there's a mental illness, and you need to refer it. So the reason I put that first before anything else is we need to know when someone needs to be referred. And also it's very important that the spiritual healer can say, look, this is where I can help you, but this is where I can't. And I also think it's very important that our Western healers need to remember that this individual is not just body and mind. There's a spiritual component as well, especially in the context of Africa, right? Where anybody, black or white, can be affected by spiritual issues. And that I know it is very difficult to find, the same way we struggle, the same way it's difficult to find good or access to great Western forms of healing for mental illness, it's equally difficult to find great access to African spiritual healers and guides. So I do understand the difficulty there, but then the next part would be you need to assess with a spiritual healer. So the first part is to actually determine the trigger, right? Work with your psychologist and get them to accept that there's a trauma, there's a trigger that needs to be dealt with, right? Then the next part is to assess with an African spiritual healer. So I've put here before medication. So I'm not for and I'm not against medication, right? If medication needs to be used and administered by the psychiatrist, then let the psychiatrist administer it. The reason why I'm saying we should assess with a spiritual healer before medication is because in our experience, the medication can make things worse if the spiritual underlying contributor has not been resolved or dealt with. By dealing with the underlying spiritual contributor, it actually assists the medication and the process with the psychiatrist to be more successful, right? Then, of course, the underlying trauma or trigger is essential to the healing process, is very, very essential to the healing process, because what can happen, and a lot of people that lean more towards spirituality don't understand, is that you can heal spiritually. So the healer can heal you, and as well as culturally, we can help you heal the historical predispositions, right? That can be healed, okay? But if you do not deal with the actual spiritual if you not deal with the trauma or the trigger, then what can begin to happen is that trauma or trigger causes another spiritual illness. So in the same way that when someone is not well spiritually, it can manifest mentally, right? When you are not well mentally, that can also manifest spiritually. Hence, it is so important to address the underlying trauma or the trigger with your psychologist, social worker, or any other Western or your therapist. Because what we are seeing is that some of our patients that lean too heavily towards us as spiritual healers, right, heal spiritually, but they don't address the underlying trauma, and then they go back to being spiritually sick, because it's now been caused by the mental illness that they didn't want to address. So those are the kind of outcomes that you can expect without an integrated healing approach. And then, of course, the healer can determine the spiritual predispositions to the mental illness, address those, and then help the person become better. Okay. So I know that it seems like it was a bit of a mouthful, and quite a lot to take in, but essentially this is the most, let me go back to it. This is the most important diagram and the most important take home, that if you are addressing the spiritual contributor of your mental illness or your mental health, you need to break down the problems first, right? Is it ancestral or is it cultural? Because then a lot of the times people aren't moving past this particular point. The spiritual intervention isn't working because they've misdiagnosed themselves. They've inappropriately given the healer the problem that should be dealt with the family, and or vice versa.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Wow, I'm blown. It's really, really informative. And for what it's worth, I'm quite intrigued with the overlap of the spiritual awareness that it has with Eastern philosophy. So I'm really intrigued with that, and I'd love to engage you, offline on some of these discussions. There is one question in the chat, in the question and answer, and and there's another one. I'm going to try and I'm going to try and read this. Ususwa kanjani umkoka.
Okay, so I see the other one as well. Okay,
Great.
so
Great.
it loosely translates to, how do you remove the violent loop of death in the family, more particularly with suicide, right? So the first things first is you need to cleanse the individual that passed away like that. Once you've cleansed the individual that passed away like that, you can then find out who the original person was in the family that was the first person to commit suicide, and then you cleanse them. So if someone in the family is passing away or taking their own life, they are a symptom of the original cause of the problem, which comes higher up in the family lineage. But you need to cleanse them, and then they will be able to give you access to cleansing the person after that.
Brilliant. There are more questions, Mr. Mkhize. So the next one is amazing. Thank you so much for bringing these views forward. At the Institute, is help available free? I know of some students that struggle with such. Is it free?
So for university students, so typically with those over the age of 65 and school and university students, we can consult them for free. And if they are struggling financially, we always try and make a plan for them.
Excellent.
Especially if they're from UKZN, Dr. Mkhize's alma mater.
Excellent, excellent. And the next question is, how do we distinguish between depression and izizwe?
Okay, lovely question. Okay, how do we distinguish between the two, right? Izizwe, right, will come across as depression, okay? But like I was saying initially, okay, the depression will have a trauma or a trigger, right? That still needs to be dealt with. So even if you remove izizwe spiritually and deal with that, right, the trauma or the trigger, I don't know, an unhealthy childhood abuse growing up, toxic relationships, I don't know what the trauma may be. If you don't remove that trauma, then what's going to happen is that you're going to intervene spiritually by dealing with izizwe, and then that trauma is simply going to remain, and then it's going to actually cause a different kind of spiritual problem, which is different to izizwe.
For those of us, Mr. Mkhize, who do not understand Mzizwe.
Oh, izizwe in Zulu, in English. Sure. I don't think I know the English word for it.
That's okay. Don't stress. What are the benefits of aura cleansing? Aura cleansing.
Aura cleansing. What are the benefits of aura cleansing? Okay, so how we aura cleanse is there's two kinds of aura cleansing. We can cleanse you either with a chicken or a goat or an animal, or we just simply mix some herbs and medicines and cleanse you at the river, or sometimes then we just cleanse you at the river, right? Just with river water on its own, okay? The benefits of aura cleansing is that like historically, there are certain charged spaces, right? Your healthcare workers that are exposed to a lot of people dying in their arms, the mortuaries, people that are in the legal space, right? Your cops, your lawyers that are exposed to murderers, rapists, that dark energy is something that you pick up quite easily, and aura cleansing actually removes that from you. Because sometimes what happens, especially, and in my opinion, this is why I'm most concerned about our healthcare practitioners, and we always talk about the mental strain that our healthcare practitioners take, is because spiritually they are carrying an immense burden of all the lives that are being lost and some of the lives that are not being taken. Because also remember, some lives are lost by gunshot wounds, some lives are lost tragically. So aura cleansing removes all of that, and it actually spiritually aligns you better. And it actually helps when you take aura cleansing and you combine it with the gym, and you combine it with all the other exercises that that Pfeiffer just listed now, you then end up being a very holistically healthy person. Sorry, Doctor, you've muted yourself.
Of course. Thank you for that, Sia. The questions are coming in fast and furious. The next one is, can we have Isangoma consultations in all campuses? But I think that would be a question for Mrs. Ramabudu from the HRD. So I'm just going to park that one for a moment. And then, when does one need Igobongo?
Okay, so Igobongo, for those of you that don't know what it is essentially spiritual food and nourishment, right? The purpose of Igobongo is to feed you spiritually, but it's also spiritual medicine, okay? Not every single person needs Igobongo. Before we can actually go on talk about Igobongo, we need to decide whether this person there's two kinds of large spirits, Isingune and Isinda, which is water-based and land-based. If you have a water-based spirit, there's then subcategories, right? Whether you're going to go into the form of someone who can tell the future, or you're going to go into the form of someone who's got the prophetic spirit, or someone who's going to become a pastor. Those with the prophetic spirit and pastor don't typically have Igobongo, though their strength is usually drawn from the Bible, prayer, and holy water, right? Whereas Isinguni, which is land-based spirits, those are the ones that typically need to consume Igobongo. So not everybody has to consume Igobongo.
Okay, great. And here's the next question. How do we resolve the issue of surnames if we are not even sure if it's the right ones? Is there a single way to resolve all the past issues so that we can be left with issues in our lifetime? Wow.
Yes, there is. So if a surname issue, if your family history is too convoluted, right, and you actually don't know what the surname is that you're supposed to have, there's a ritual that you can do where you ask your ancestors to simply cleanse and accept the surname that you have right now. And you tell them that, look, the history is too convoluted for us to make sense of. Please, can you just simply accept that which we have right now? And then that is the new starting point, and that's your new ground zero.
Great. Thank you. And the next one, how far back are your spiritual healings? How far back are your spiritual healings, consults, practices traced back to? Is the spiritual guide led by ancestors or deities? Are the healing practices from the northern tribes or southern? Oh my, these are many questions here. Essentially, I'm trying to find out which spirit is being used for this healing or that of ancestors.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
So how essentially it works is that our healers, right? Our healers have access. So how our healers are able to connect with your ancestors. Once your ancestors will then communicate to our healers to say, thank you for intervening initially, but this particular person requires the assistance of a pastor. This particular person requires assistance of a priest. This particular person requires Indian medicine, Chinese medicine, right? So it's not that we're able to assist everybody. Sometimes we're just the point of saying, okay, fine, your ancestors are saying that you need the help of someone who is outside of our space.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the individual that's asked these questions, I'd actually I'd recommend that you do connect with Mr. Mkhize post the session and have a discussion around that. I think that's quite important for you to get to. And then the very last one before we ask Mrs. Ramabudu to come in, do we consult randomly or when we suspect something?
When you suspect something. So I always say to people, we do have a protocol of Upahla and speaking to your ancestors first, and we generate a lot of content that's available on social media for them to go through first before consulting. Like I'm saying, you don't need to consult for a cultural problem. So cultural problems aren't something you need to consult for, right? It's the ancestral problems that you'd need to consult for more than anything else. So before you consult, determine first, is this cultural, ancestral, or both?
Yes. Okay. That's great. Sia, if you could post your contact details on the chat group for some people who are requesting it. And then at this point, those seem to be all the questions for you. Mrs. Ramabudu, if you are, yes, I see you there. Can we have Isangoma consultations in all campuses?
I'm not sure if I'm the right person to respond to this.
Okay.
The EDHR is also here, but earlier on I did hear Professor Mkhize speak about this and the fact that the university is looking into that as a follow-on from the traditional healer that we already have in the university for students. So I think that's all I can say for now. Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Ramabudu. Just as a reminder to the community.
Dr. Sugreen.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. Sorry. Please go ahead, Dr. Zulu.
No, it's fine. I think Ms. Ramabudu has covered me. I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, you should add a reminder for those people who don't know about the Sangoma on campus. Guys, there is an Sangoma on campus. So please.
Yes, there is. Although we had some issues over the past 3 to 4 months, but we have since reinstated the services. I think they were reinstated a month or so ago, but the services are there.
Thank you for that, Doctor. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mkhize. This was most informative, and as I've said earlier on, it really resonates with my personal practices, and I'm really intrigued with the degree of overlap in respect of African spiritual practices in combination. I work a lot with an Indian medicine practice called Ayurveda, the science of life, and it definitely speaks to the spirituality. It actually does go back 4 or 5 generations. There's definitely a nutritional component to how you address some of the complexities that you experience. So very significant alignment. So I'm really intrigued with this. With that, I'd like to say thank you so much for joining us. I hope to be chatting with you soon. And yes, see you soon. We're going to see you in the panel discussion, right?
Thank you. Yes, most definitely.
All right, excellent. So with that, people, I see we are just about 1 minute past 1, so we're running about 30 minutes behind. Please, may I suggest we try and catch up, take a 30-minute break, get something to eat, leg stretch. For the panel members who are here, if you could please stay on directly after this, just for us to catch up, and then we can break and come back just before the panel discussion. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely lunch. See you at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Panelists, if you can stay behind. Thank you. Okay, so I see it's only Mr. Mkhize that's online right now. So I think we may need to regroup at about 13:15, which is when the rest will come online. Sorry about that. So let's just reconvene at about 13:15. Thank you so much. Thank you, people. Okay. See you just now.
Hi, doctor.
I see. We're just waiting for others. So
Okay.
just
All
stay
right. No
on
problem.
guard. Thank you.
Hi, Gulshan.
Hello, hello.
I
How's it
see
going?
it's all going well. I just want to congratulate Siyabonga and Kize. Oh, his presentation was excellent.
It was
I
good,
found
eh?
it so interesting, so intriguing. I think we gotta get him back on another webinar.
Definitely, definitely. And it really resonated with me because I do a lot of alternate work,
Yeah.
So it really resonated with me.
No, I'm so glad that there were just so many. I mean, all the presentations, were very informative and stuff. So I'm sure people will go back with a lot to think about and how to change our lives and how to do things differently.
Yes, it's really, in fact, even for me, it's been an eye opener, on a lot of topics, and it's also given me it's kicked off some thought processes in respect of what or how we can handle this mental health interventions going forward, particularly for the 2022 vision.
Okay.
So yeah, but thanks for that feedback, Pamela. It's
Yeah,
very
I've
encouraging.
been like on and off. I've been listening and I've been doing other stuff. So I've been going through it and then, also chatting with my other colleagues and stuff. So I just saw that everything was still running. And when the download link hits in my box, I'll send it through to you guys. So you'll have to download
Excellent.
the recording.
Excellent. We're just waiting for a couple more speakers to come in. So Prof. Machwane and ICAZ. I see Dr. Norton's on. Welcome back, Lynn. And Mr. Mkize is also here.
Yeah.
Let's just give it a few more minutes for people to join in, and I see quite a few participants have dropped off. Maybe they'll just join in as we.
I'm sure. What time is your
13:30.
The announcement of the winners or winner?
The winners will be only at 2:15.
Okay. Well, I think people will log on again.
Yeah, let's just give it a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'm here. I'm just going to go off face and voice, but I am here. Thank you. Hi, panelists. We're waiting for Prof. Machuane and the ICAS lady. We're just waiting. Let's just give them a few minutes more. I have texted them. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome back for the second session. I'd like to welcome Mrs. Busi Ramabudu and Mr. Siyabonga Mkize, as well as Dr. Norton. We are missing a few speakers at this point. I know they have been in and out, but in the effort of time and to keep the momentum going, I think we can stimulate some discussion around the table. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Mrs. Busi Ramabudu to lead the panel discussion. Mrs. Ramabudu.
Good afternoon. Thank you once again, Dr. Stu Green, and thank you to the panelists that are joining us this afternoon. Let me start perhaps by just summarizing some of what our panelists have talked about today. We started with Professor Mkize, who really highlighted what UKZN is doing. And has been a whole lot of talk around the issue of stigma and underutilization of mental health services. Although, of course, at UKZN, we started very low, and now we are slowly starting to see a gradual increase in the uptake. And then Dr. Suvira Ramlal spoke about workplace mental health issues. And of course, the importance of ensuring that organizations do play their part in putting people at the core in terms of the work and the services that are provided. And she highlighted the fact that work is not only about earning a salary at the end of the day, but it's also about the meaning and all the other benefits that come from that. And then, of course, Dr. Lin from SADC, she went in and spoke about the importance of peer support groups, and community forums. And she really highlighted the fact that all of us really can play a role in terms of mental health issues. And then we had Professor Machuane, who went in deep and spoke about suicide a very important subject, as we know, especially with our youth. As she highlighted, those who are 15 to 29 are at higher risk. And of course, she highlighted the importance of gatekeepers in terms of ensuring that this gate is eliminated, and the impact of social media in terms of what our youth are thinking and how they are leading their lives. And then, of course, we had a presentation from ICAS where they really spoke about the importance of setting realistic goals and ensuring that we are building resilience, and that building resilience is actually an ongoing process. Most of the time we think that addressing issues of mental health is a once-off touch and go, whereas sometimes it's about building habits that can actually help prevent mental health issues, as well as give us strength when we do face those difficult challenges that will now and then come across as part of normal life. And then we, of course, interestingly, we had an alternative view from our Mr. Mkhize, who spoke about issues of cultural and ancestral issues and how these contribute to illness, which was very, very enlightening. And I think we may need to follow up on this. And I think what touched me most about that presentation was the fact that historically in South Africa, because of the history of apartheid and so on, there was displacement of families, and family history is lost. And the fact that the current youth is a product of all of that loss, I think for me that's more profound in terms of some of the challenges that we see with mental health issues. And of course, he emphasized the importance of integrated healing in ensuring that we don't necessarily rely on one modality over the other, but we kind of look at things in a balanced view. So the first question, perhaps maybe if I can have my panelists all on camera so that we can, those who are here, I think it's Mr. Siyabonga Mkhize and Dr. Lynn, I think you are here. Those are the two, and of course, thanks, Prof has also joined us. Thanks, Prof, as well for joining us. So you've touched on a number of these issues as I've summarized. The first question that I have for you, and any of you can really try to answer this question, you have in your presentation kind of touched on, but I do think it's an issue that we really, really need to find a way of addressing. Why do people find it difficult to seek mental health services? What is that thing that is blocking? Because especially I've seen even at UKZN, we are doing things, we are seeing underutilization, we are doing things to try and change it, but somehow the change is very slow. What do you think is that underlying thing that's really becoming the big blockage, and how we can deal with this? So any of you can have a go at this question. You are muted, Dr. Lynn.
Sorry about that. I'm happy to respond initially. I think, yeah, and it's a very important thing around, and I think the stigma is still incredibly large, and a lot of people see mental health as a weakness, and there's a whole different way of looking at mental health so differently to physical health. And it's so kind of like separated, whereas we need to see mental health in the same way that we see physical health. We rush to help people who have got a broken leg, but people kind of avoid someone who may be seen as crazy or something like that. So there's a whole attitude change that needs to take place. Because mental health is still often seen as a weakness. It's often not talked about, and people are very silent about it. And so I think the more we talk about it, the more we have conversations like today, and the more openly we get peers involved, young people involved. For example, like suicide is often a subject that is kind of considered taboo. We can't talk about this, and if you talk about suicide, it'll make it worse, which is not the case. And suicide shouldn't be silent. It should be spoken about, and people should know that they can get help and can get support. And I think also the language that people use is often very stigmatizing around mental health as well, calling people crazy. And there's a whole lot of different language that people use around mental illness and so on. So we got to kind of build a new attitude and a new way of talking about mental health, and really, tie into teaching mental health literacy, teaching mental health first aid in much the same way we do around physical health, and try and bring them kind of at least on a level, you know.
Just to add on what Dr. Morton has said, I also think it's from our experiences that it's not prioritized as much as getting your food or daily nutrients in, right? I think everybody still looks at the hierarchy of needs and they see that, okay, fine, I need to have food, shelter, water, and my bills paid. My mental health will come second. It's just not at this level. What we don't understand is that in order for you to have food, shelter, and all of those things and to be successful at your job, mentally, you need to be well. So we actually don't, we haven't gotten to a point in society where we actually understand that in order for you to be successful, you mentally need to be well. And especially with young people, it's just be successful, right? It's not, okay, what do I need to become in order to become successful? And in order to become successful, you need a healthy state of mental being. And there was another question that I had for Dr. Norton, and oh yes, this is what I wanted to say as well. She spoke about the word crazy, right? The word crazy in isiZulu is hlanya, right? So when we see someone that's crazy, we say hlanya. What we don't understand is that the word hlanya never was used to describe someone that's crazy or mentally ill. The word hlanya was used to describe someone who was spiritually gifted and could see and comprehend things beyond the five senses. Hence, you hear some people refer to themselves as an African uhlanya. You see, so what the word that was supposed to describe people that could comprehend and live with understanding those things that are beyond the five senses is now being used to stigmatize people. You see, so just going back that language is really everything. And I hate the fact that the word hlanya and crazy is being used to describe people that are mentally not well when it means completely something else.
Yeah. If I may add, I see us as part of opening up more dialogue and conversation, actually targeting the way we are socialized. We need to create a culture that says talking about mental health is okay. There is nothing wrong with sharing your feelings. I mean, the way we are socialized right from the beginning, the way we socialize girl children and boy children is different. And somehow the messages that we tell our kids as they grow up will encourage them either to keep quiet or to talk. And the manner in which we also talk with one another, how parents engage with their children, contributes a great deal. I'm seeing that a lot as a hindering kids being able to share freely the challenges that they experience with their parents because of the way parents come across with their children. And interesting enough, during lockdown, in my practice, I've been actually having males reaching out and saying, I need to come and see you. We need couples counseling. Actually not being the woman reaching out for couples counseling, but being the men. So it looks like there's a little bit of a shift that we are beginning to see happening. Whereas we know in the past, we were told women are the ones who would seek out mental health services more than males. And so really, I'm beginning to see that phenomenon and I don't even understand what's going on. But I think it's a good thing if we look at the broader picture. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you're touching on really, really, really important issues of the language that we use. I think very, very important. I think families do take mental health issues kind of lightly, and there's a video that's been circulating on social media. I don't know if any of you would have seen it, about the reaction of Black parents when a child has been seeing a therapist, you know, and people are making a joke. When I saw the video circulating in my WhatsApp group, I was like, you know, being a mental health professional, I'm not even going to comment, because I think this video actually trivializes issues of mental health, because they were kind of saying that, you know, when a child has been seeing a therapist, the parents, they're like, hey, kind of tiptoeing around them, and they can't really say, because you're going to think we are toxic parents. And, you know, so they were kind of making a joke about that. And partially that also contributes to trivializing issues of mental health, you know, because even there was a comment that was made, in fact, by Oprah. She said, we need to normalize mental illness such that everyone would be saying, yeah, hello, I have a mental illness, you know, with no shame whatsoever in terms of admitting. Siyabonga, I can see that you want to have a follow-up on that.
Yes, I have a alternative view to that video, right?
Yeah.
And I understand that in your capacity as a healthcare practitioner, dealing with mental illness on a daily basis, how you can perceive it. When I think that that's exactly what we need to start the conversation, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So in the videos, you'd see that it does come across as a mockery, but it is a way of starting the conversation with your parents. If I show my mother, or my mother comes across a video of someone, you know, doing the very same things so if my mother's trivializing my mental health experience at home, and my mother happens to come across a video of a woman doing the exact same thing, it is in that moment where she can begin to introspect. So the purpose of social media for young people as well, apart from it being an outlet and a conversation starter, is that we share it because we want to also force our parents to introspect, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes that can't happen if I say to my mom that, Mom, Dad, this is what you're putting me through. If they see another Black woman doing the same thing, then maybe they'd begin to think differently of it. So it's unconventional, but social media will always be the place that conversations begin. It is a great tool. And Professor Matsepo was saying now that more men are coming forward. The reason, in my opinion, more men are coming forward is because social media has begun to say that men, it is okay to come forward, look after your mental health. So that conversation began on social media.
Yeah, very, very important how we can, it's unfortunate that the video we're talking about has not been shared. Now I wish that it had been shared, because I know that some people may not have seen it.
There's too many to share.
That's okay. And I think the other issue that Professor Matsepo touched on is the issue of socialization, right? You know, the fact that men, I mean, I think that's why we see a lot of GBV, because GBV is also a mental health issue, you know, and the fact that men are kind of socialized not to really show emotion and always be strong. And so it's quite interesting, Prof, that you said in your practice that you were able to kind of see more men coming through. I think that's a positive thing. Just moving on to another question that I wanted us to have a discussion on. You know, these days, one of the things that contribute to mental health issues is the materialistic lifestyles that we are kind of pressured to live. So, and social media plays a huge role in this, you know, where people are showing their highlight reels. You know, this is what's happening in my life. And so when I log on, or the young ones, or, you know, when I log on social media and I see all these things, I think, oh my God, look at what people are doing compared to my life. You know, so how can we deal with that whole issue of this materialism that we currently live in, and the role that it plays in increased mental health issues? Or do you even agree with what I'm saying? Is this materialism contributing to mental health issues? What is your take? Any of the panelists can have a go at this one.
I can come in again if it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm happy to wait.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You know, I'm an advocate of focus on families, because I really believe that it is where we should be starting.
Sorry, Professor, I think you muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. Because I believe that's where we should be starting when we want to deal with issues of mental health or any other issue for that matter. Because we are in families. It is in families where values are developed. It is in families where we are able to direct the trajectory within which our children will go into as they grow up. And so for me, if we target families and we get families to understand the role of a good self-esteem, because these issues have to do more with self-esteem issues. If you're content, if you're grounded, if you're fine with whatever, all these fleshy things that happen on social media will not put you under pressure. They will not get you to a space where you start wanting to get what someone else has got that you don't have. And so for me, it starts with for me, it really, the heart is the family. I'm very much an advocate of, let's start there. Let's empower families. And when we empower families, then we empower the nation.
Thank you, Prof. Any other takes?
Yes. Before I give my take, Professor Matsepo, my question is two things. In a country like South Africa, where our family systems are historically very, very broken. I mean, we don't need to give the statistics around mixed families. That's the first thing. Number two, in a country where historically we have been so poor for so long that families idealize the one with money, how do you overcome the broken family structure and also the historical social economic divide that we've been so poor for so long? How do we overcome that how do we practically overcome that and instill self-esteem in our children? It's something that I'm also struggling with. Hence, I'm also asking, because now I'm also struggling with it.
Yeah, I think it's a truth, it's a reality. Yes. And I think the issue has to be with, and I think I spoke about values. For me, it's more about values. It's okay to aspire to want to get something that you grew up without. But then there should be a level where you are able to make a distinction between how do you get that? What is the process of you wanting to achieve that which you aspire towards? And I think that's where we find that when you get to a point where you don't get to recognize and accept that sometimes there are limitations, sometimes there's a process towards achieving something. Sometimes there are boundaries that one has to maintain in order to get somewhere, that you end up, or people end up having to stretch themselves beyond what they are capable of achieving, and even get into, we've got this phenomenon of, what do we call them? These men who finance the young ones.
Oh, the sugar daddies.
The sugar daddies and the slay queens and all these, and we know the mental implications of some of those things on these kids, and yeah, even, I mean, it ends up with abuse. It ends up with people, being in a cycle, being trapped in a cycle of abuse, and just having to sometimes endure horrible situations simply because they want to maintain a particular lifestyle. And so for me, it's about trying to strike that balance, recognizing that there are values, there are certain limitations, there are certain boundaries that we need to create, and that's where the education then will come in. There's nothing wrong with aspiring to get something, good and bettering your life. Of course, we need to better our lives, but at what expense? I think that's what we need to engage more on.
Yeah, very, very, very interesting. I think very important points. I think you're touching on this whole thing of what is really important, what do we teach our children? And I think part of this materialistic has to do with instant gratification, wanting things now. And what you are saying is that it's important for people to know their boundaries, their limitations. And there's a process that is involved in you getting there. And we're not going to get there at the same time. Can I just go to some of the comments that are on the chat? Someone says some parents are also in denial. They don't want to face the thought that a child has psychological problems. Very true. I mean, I think that's also very likely. And sometimes problems are left until they are desperately needing attention. And then there's a comment about the video, Mr. Mkhize. However, the assumption is that people would be able to engage with the viral video at the level that you're explaining, Mr. Mkhize. I am of the opinion that many would engage in that manner. More succinct and clearer messages around mental health issues therefore also need to be communicated. So that's another comment on the video.
So I understand. So I understand that where the thought that I'm making the assumption comes from, but we also have to understand there's a reason why so many marketing departments spend a whole lot of money advertising on social media is because we are a 60-second or 140 character generation, because the idea of a video of going viral isn't to cause drastic change, but it's to get your attention, right? We can't get you to have deep thoughts about your behavior, but we can at least get your attention. And then with the part about sometimes parents are in denial, I mean, maybe you can say I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit, but there are some parents who are simply unequipped to comprehend the fact that their child has psychological concerns.
Yeah.
If you are speaking to someone who's 75 years old, who's never, ever, ever had to even think of dealing with there are some people who are just simply unequipped because they just don't have the knowledge and they've never had access to the resources. So is someone really in denial, or they just simply unequipped?
Yeah. So very valid point there. It's a combination. Dr. Lynn, did you want to come in there as well?
Thank you. Yes. I think, and it crosses over both the questions, is that there's a lot of young people involved in social media, and that is a reality. So I think what we got to do is kind of like take it as a reality. And I know it can cause a lot of distress on the one hand, in the sense that people think all these people are having this wonderful life and I'm really lonely. And it can cause that disjuncture. But there also is a lot of social media that is very supportive. If you go to the right channels, and people can actually feel less lonely because they're understanding that people are having the same experiences. So I think it's to take care around social media, but having it as a reality. So for example, some of the things that SADC has done on their Facebook and Twitter is to have kind of, if certain words come up, or if someone is asking for help in various ways, and it's not always a direct ask for help, to be able to direct them to a helpline, to be able to direct people to resources, so that there's always kind of like a call for action or a place where you know you can get support. And I think it's also really important because, I mean, we've heard of suicides as young as 10 and 11 years old. So really starting these conversations very young, and not saying, oh, these kids are too young to be involved in this conversation. They also have their thoughts and feelings. And there's also ways of doing it, obviously, appropriately with different ages, but making sure the conversations start very young and involving young people in also how they would like to be supported, because I may have a completely wrong way this is going to work, and it doesn't at all. So unless we involve in our interventions and the way we do it, and listen to young people and how they experience it and how they would actually like to be supported, it may not work. So I think it's very important to kind of listen to young people, and in their way, they'll probably also teach us a lot, me anyway, because I'm much older, around social media too, and what would work and what wouldn't, and how to manage that as well.
Yeah. I mean, you and I, Dr. Lynn, I'm also kind of an oldie, so sometimes I don't understand certain things about the youth. So I think it's quite a valid point that even in the families, even in the homes, when we are looking at these things, kind of involve the young people, have a conversation and really learn to listen to what they are telling you, even if it's children, because children as young as, I mean, I have the most robust arguments with my 12 and 13-year-old, you know, because they kind of have at that stage where they think mommy doesn't really know much, you know. So you really need to involve the young people in these conversations. I think it's part of what you do in any case, even if you are dealing with a client, you kind of really go from where the client is and listen to where they are and where they want to go and how they want to get there. So it's kind of the same principle that we're needing to apply here. I just want to quickly move on. I'm just looking at the time, just kind of bring it to the workplace a little bit. You know, I know in the workplace we've got mental health issues, and sometimes we see them, and some are more prolonged, some are more evident. And of course, COVID-19 has contributed. And we have this tendency, and I often hear people saying, oh, this one has bipolar, you know, people just commenting about a colleague, you know, and I often wonder about this and say, how can we really do that to our colleagues? Can we diagnose people without being professionals? And you know, and if we can see that there's a problem, how can we as colleagues or even line managers, where do we start in terms of really assisting? And this also, I think, is related to a question that was asked earlier on about how do you do this without invading someone's privacy, especially if someone hasn't said anything. How do you really approach the sensitive matter as a colleague or as a line manager? Any takeaways that people can walk with?
Just as a quick initial response, which applies to workplace and not workplace as well, I think it's also key around how you say things to people and how you approach people, because it's really important if you can see someone struggling to actually offer assistance, but taking care again about how you say things. You know, finding that balance between, like, a lot of people go like, oh, I don't want to talk about this. So then they do nothing and the person ends up with no help. Or if someone has mentioned and they are, you know, around signs of suicide or how they're feeling really lonely or depressed and people often then just stay away because, oh, I can't talk about suicide. I can't ask about it and things like that. But I think it's always more important to ask and to find out and see if you can support, offer resources, find ways to put up resources, helplines, and so people know that they can contact someone and do not feel alone. And there certainly are ways of approaching people and that are appropriate and helpful and supportive, and ways that would be offensive as well, and taking care around, again, it goes back to what we we're talking about, language as well too.
Yeah. Any comments from the other panelists on this one?
I think it's a bit of a tricky one, and I want to agree with Dr. Lynn that the way we approach people, the way we talk to people, is very important. And you know, sensitivity is very key. Respect is very key. For me, those are just basic human interaction values that we should just remember when we engage with other people. And so when we are sensitive, we will not just say anything because we'll be mindful of the potential impact of what I say and how I say it onto the other person. And so for me, that's just, courteous, you know, engagement with others goes a long way in how to deal with matters such as these. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So just to add on that, one of the things that we do is when we reintegrate the person back into the workplace is there's an element where we actually train and work with the employees and fellow colleagues, because we can't assume sensitivity. Yeah, well, that is the issue that we're dealing with. And it goes back to what Professor Matsepo was saying, that it all goes back to the family setup. We come from different families where, and from those families, our perceptions and understandings of mental illness are going to be derived. If I come from a family where mental illness is simply something that is taboo, we don't deal with it, we don't talk with it, I'm going to bring that into the workplace. So then what is the role of the employer to help this individual overcome their family, their family background and their toxic ideas around mental illness and mental health? And as a lot of the time we focus, I'm talking from a university and school setting now context, we focus on the students, right? And we don't focus enough maybe on the employees, the employees themselves need to be re-educated, because we need to assume, that some people are going to be coming from homes where there are unhealthy ideas when it comes to addressing mental illness. So again, it goes back to what I was saying about being ill-equipped. How do you as an employer know that if I raise a grievance that Dr. Norton said that I'm crazy, how do we then navigate around that? Perhaps Dr. Norton is simply just ill-equipped because of the family that she comes from. And how do we then assist both myself and Dr. Norton?
Yeah. Very interesting views indeed. It is quite a tricky and sensitive one. Just the last one that I have has to do with, with all these mental health issues that either as employees we experience. There's a tendency to rely on using substances to cope, not to cope with, traumatic incidences, but even with just daily life pressures. We kind of, it's been said that South Africa, I think, is in the top 5 countries in the world in terms of the consumption levels of alcohol. And, issues of alcohol in South Africa are becoming quite problematic. And we saw this during the lockdown as well, when the incidences on the roads and violences and violent crimes decreased during the lockdown because people were consuming less alcohol. And of course, we see when alcohol opens with these lockdowns, we see the excitement and the chanting on the road with people, how people get excited about having alcohol, and because people are kind of using alcohol to cope. And that also maybe just, how do we deal with this issue of alcohol? Maybe for you, Mr. Mkhize, is this linked to this cultural ancestral issues? Do other people have more propensity to rely on alcohol because of their ancestral or cultural issues? How can we deal with the issue of alcohol? Well, what is your take on that?
Most certainly. So when it comes to substance abuse and addiction, there is a spiritual issue underlying it. But when it comes to that, it's always more ancestral than it is cultural, right? But the reason we're struggling, and when I say we, I mean us as an organization, as well as a country, to intervene with alcohol is because most patients that come to us understand the spiritual intervention, but very few are willing to intervene psychologically and work with a therapist or a social worker, right? And that is where the trigger is. We are not overcoming alcohol abuse because we're only dealing with it at a spiritual level, and we're not dealing with it from a psychological level, and more particularly a family level, as Professor Matsepo was referring to. We're not dealing with it at that level enough for us to actually overcome alcohol. So then when you explain to them that, look, this spiritual work is going to be futile without intervention with a psychologist or a therapist, people still continue with the spiritual work, even if they understand that they're still going to continue with the alcohol problem. Because what happens is that's why some patients will deal with us. We help them with the spiritual part. They'll maybe go sober for 6-7 months or a year, and then they'll relapse because they actually haven't dealt with the trigger or the cause as to why they are drinking in the first place. There was always a reason or something that they're escaping from that's causing them to drink.
Yeah. Wow, so you're saying it needs to be addressed from the source. Very, very valid point as well. Any other comments on the issue of substance abuse, especially alcohol? From Prof and Doctor?
I think it's just to recognize. Oh, sorry. No, Prof, you go.
You can go to Martin.
Okay, so
Dr.
sorry.
Dr. Martin, you can.
Thank you. It was just a brief thing to say, just that, you know, they definitely, they co-occur so often. And then you have your loneliness or depression, and you feel that alcohol or substance abuse is going to help, and then you feel worse. And sometimes then the substance abuse and the alcohol can lead to mental illness. So the co-occurrence is very big, and they do both need to be dealt with. And I know it's often very hard for families as well, when family members or supportive people are trying to help patients and so on. So it's really it's a very difficult one, but it definitely needs to be recognized as well, and specifically in terms of both the problems if they're co-occurring as well too. Sorry, Prof.
Yeah, I don't think I've got anything else to add to what my colleagues have said. I think it's important just for people to acknowledge when they are going through difficulties, and recognize that if they don't have the skills to resolve the challenges, alcohol or drugs does not resolve the challenges, because it's a temporary relief, and then thereafter you want to go back and get the feeling of euphoria. So you will continue and continue and continue. But the key, as Mr. Mkhize mentioned, is to really, focus on the issues, deal with the issues, resolve the issues. So I think if it goes back to that issue of a culture of how we grow up, understanding that when we've got issues, it's okay to talk about them. It's okay to get help for those issues, rather than because when now go into alcohol, it's actually a self-destructive behavior.
Yeah.
It's making the situation worse instead of actually, assisting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's kind of also linked to knowing when to seek help. There are certain things you can manage by yourself, but there are certain things where you really need to seek help instead of kind of relying on unhealthy coping mechanisms such as alcohol. Mr. Mkhize?
Yes, I just wanted to say, one of the biggest reasons we struggle with dealing with alcohol is not necessarily alcoholism, but it's functional alcoholism and functional substance abuse.
Yes.
And speaking to someone. So to either Dr. Norton or Professor Motsepe, how do we deal, because you're saying that alcohol is going to make things worse and getting someone, but if someone says to you, I'm working my 9 to 5, I pay all my bills, I still see my kids, I just drink a bottle of whiskey every night, right? That's functional alcoholism. So how do we then address something like functional alcoholism? Because that I'm struggling to understand from a mental and psychological point of view.
Yeah.
Or functional substance abuse.
Can you take us for this one, Prof and Doctor?
I'm not really a specialist in substance abuse, so I wouldn't really be able to take that one. I don't know, maybe Dr. Lynn has got some words of wisdom there.
Dr. Lynn, you're muted.
Dr. Lynn?
Sorry, I was also going to say the same thing. I'm not a specialist on substance abuse either. I think it's also, but it's just about recognition of whether it's a problem or not, because definitely something like that will build up over time as well. You can't drink the bottle of whiskey every night forever, kind of thing. I think it's probably, around supplying knowledge and, information around what's happening and giving people access to resources. So when they do need them, they are available as well too. We've got a substance abuse helpline, for example. Having that number available when people need them, they can actually make use of them as well too.
Yeah. I mean, I think I do agree with you, colleagues. I think there's substance abuse and the treatment thereof is quite a complex one. And there are indeed specialists who deal with who really specialize with this thing on a daily basis. And functional alcoholism is even worse because, you know, in psychology, we say a problem only becomes a problem when it begins to impact your 3 functioning areas. And when those areas are not really impacted as such, it becomes difficult to kind of see it as a problem. Until then, it's, you know, your work life, your academic life, your social life, and your physical health then starts to be impacted. So it's kind of a tricky one. I think the important thing perhaps to take away is to say, you know, it's important for people to know their limit and to be able to identify it when it starts to become a problem. You know, so I'm kind of thinking of the saying where they say 1 glass of wine, red wine a day, it keeps the doctor away or something, you know, or people say that to justify that. So I think that really the trick is for people to identify it when it really starts to become a problem and impact on their lives. So I think with those, we can continue and have a discussions on these things. There are a number of things that I'd noted here that we could have a discussion on. But of course, time is not on our side. So with that, maybe can I just take last comments from each of you, and then we'll close the panel discussion. Professor Matwane, maybe you can go first.
I think what I saw today, it's very encouraging. The fact that as an institution, we take mental health issues very seriously. The fact that we're going to great heights to make sure that we integrate our services. The fact that we try to understand the context and the cultural context from where each of us come from, and acknowledge that and its importance in defining how we look at health and well-being. I think for me, that's been very encouraging to hear that this is where we are going as an institution. And I think just having to engage at an collaborative level with various stakeholders today. I mean, you made an example for all of us that this is not just an issue for one sector or one person. It's an issue that cuts across different areas. And so I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to participate in this. And I think for me, it's really encouraging that we are taking mental health seriously as an institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much for indeed joining this conversation. Mr. Mkhize?
First of all, I just want to thank UKZN for actually not only taking mental health seriously, but also taking an integrated approach. I think there's very few higher learning institutions of higher learning that actually look at Indigenous ways of healing and African healing and taking a collaborative approach. So I think that's one of the things that UKZN should always be celebrated for, as being at the forefront of it in with all the other higher learning institutions, is being in a collaborative effort when it comes to healing and taking mental health seriously. So thank you for bringing me this afternoon to actually share a little bit about African healing and spiritual healing. And to everybody that is watching this, I hope you were able to take a little bit of each of every single one of the speakers that were here today. And I think it's very evident that the resources are available and they are there. And the most important thing is that every single one of the speakers here this afternoon were very clear. It was simple and it was content and that was consumable, and there were practical tools that we could take home. And I think that is the most important thing, that every single person watching, no one can say that they weren't given tools to practically take a holistic approach to their mental health and their healing. And I think that is the thing that we can celebrate this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mkhize, for joining us. And I think we need a longer conversation with you. But I deliberately didn't want to put some of the questions for the panel discussions because I do know there's a lot of questions for you. And so we need a longer conversation with you, and we will be looking into that for the future.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, Dr. Norton.
Thank you. I'd also just like to say thanks to UKZN, because I think it really is an important conversation, and especially this year and after COVID and the increasing crisis in mental health. And I think also the clear message that sort of comes through for me is that it's really looking at mental health needs a new way of looking at it. We can't, keep in the past looking at one-on-one psychiatric wards and so on. Obviously, they do have a very important place, but taking a wider view of mental health, and I think the words that sort of popped up again and again were involving people from everywhere, from families to community, in this, because it is such a crisis as well, and everyone has got a role to play. And so integration, involvement, all those words came up a lot, and I think they're very key in how we look towards mental health and how we support everyone going forward. So thanks very much for having me here today.
Thank you so much indeed, Dr. Lynn. So with that, I think then it's time for us to proceed with the order of the day in terms of announcing the winner for the competition. We did run a competition, and maybe Gulshan, you can just tell us a bit more about the competition, then I will announce the winners.
Okay, excellent. Guys, the competition, for those of you who were on board, we know that we've been through 18 months of serious discomfort. We've come out of our comfort zones in many respects, and it's become difficult for us to go through each day. And as part of the World Mental Health Day campaign, we thought it would be nice to run a competition that actually seeks encouragement from the community at large to say, what is the one thing that helps you get out of bed on a daily basis? The one quote, the one saying that motivates you and inspires you to go through the day, to get through the day. And for some of us, it's a choice, and it's easier said than done. And for some of us, it's really difficult, but we pull ourselves out of bed and we say, I'm going to get through this today. And with that, we provided a section on the registration form where you would have to give us your quotation, whether you're quoting somebody else or whether it's something that you just live your daily life by. And we've had a panel that's looked at the responses that have come through, and I'd like to ask Mrs. Ramabudu, I'd like to hand back to her to please announce. So there's a winner and there's two runners up, and the gift or the competition winners get a gift voucher, which we will have sent to you during the course of the week. Mrs. Ramabudu.
Thank you, Dr. Sabine. So we have a third runner-up, and her name is Suzanne Stokes. I don't know if Suzanne is here. I did see her earlier on. And her quotation or quote is, there may be many Mondays in the week, but it brings a new beginning every day. Okay, so that was the quote that she lives by. I'll copy and put that on the chart in case you want to be inspired by the same thing. And then we have the second runner-up. Let's just put this on the chart. The second runner-up is Nonkululeko Shongwe. I'm not sure if she's here. The quote that inspires her is, you never know how strong you are until being strong is your only choice. This is a quote by Bob Marley. She did acknowledge the author of the quote. Oh, there, Suzanne is there. Well done, Suzanne. I love the shades. All right, and then there is the winner we thought was Zininzi Bomoi. And the quote is, to improve mental health, always think about what you are thinking. We thought this was very profound as well. So, and hence it took the lead, because ultimately it's really sometimes in what we are thinking, what we are telling ourselves. They say your worst enemy lives in your head. So hence your thoughts are very important. So those are the winners for the competition, and congratulations to them. We can give them a virtual round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And then just a quick thank you to Dr. Gulshan Sugreen. She's done an amazing job organizing and putting this event together and facilitating today. We really, really, really appreciate what you've done for us, Dr. Sugreen. So again, can we give her a virtual round of applause? On my panelist screen, I am not able to clap hands, but I am clapping. Thank you so much, Dr. Sugreen. And of course, thank you to our special thank you to our panelists for joining us and really sharing their insights on the many issues around mental health that we dealt with today. And then, of course, a big thank you to corporate relations and Pamela Adams and team. These are the people I often say they're always behind the scenes, but not nearly acknowledged enough. So thank you so much, Pam. I do know there's a lot going on in terms of events in the university, especially even with graduation coming along. But, you know, you were able still to really support and, you know, be the engine behind this event. So thank you to
thank you so much, Busi. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed.
And to Musa and Kurt.
And to Musa, our ICS guys as well for supporting. Thank you so much, colleagues. I think those are the people that we need to thank. So I apologize if I'm leaving someone. So maybe just a general thank you to all people that have made this day a success. A very well done to all of you. Thank you. I'll hand over back to you, Dr. Sugreen.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ramabudu. And I also want to extend a heartfelt thanks to you, who works tirelessly in the background, leading us, pushing us, and getting us through whatever hurdles we experience. So you've done a fantastic job, and I'd like everyone to give Mrs. Ramabudu air hands as well. So thank you very much. And thank you also from my side to the panelists, and more importantly, to all of you who have so graciously responded to our invitation to commemorate World Mental Health Day. With that, on behalf of the Department of Human Resources Development and our team, as well as the Corporate Relations Department, and as well as the Department of Psychiatry and Psychology, I'd like to thank you once again and invite you to please contact us either directly to me or the Department of Human Resource Development with any of your mental health or any of your wellness needs. And we will try our best to ensure that you are a recipient of the correct intervention that you are seeking. With that, have a lovely, lovely afternoon and see you on the other side of good health. Good afternoon. Bye. Thanks, Pam. Musa, thank you.
Thanks, Gulshan.